Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right, dudes. How's everybody doing? Thank you for all the resubs. We had Sicken with a 46, Chosen One with the Tier 2 66 month, Xerax had a 33, and Make with 103 months. You guys are too good to me. Too good to me. Especially after the crap I pulled yesterday. Dude, I'm not happy about that stream. Remind me to not stream hungover anymore. That was, yeah, let's just not do that ever again. Yeah, it's not a good idea. I get really grouchy. Yeah. That was not okay. Not okay. Also, drink less. Yeah. All right. Let's not push it, okay? I was not having it. I was not having it. I'm usually way more patient than that, and I feel bad. I feel bad because, you know, you don't want to dump on people like that. That's a good way to lose viewers. Yeah, that's a good way to not. No NASA hat. I missed the great hat. I'm actually my NASA hats are down in the they're down in the house right now because I'm cleaning them. They were dirty. Stream title is quite long. Chill stream to relax and survive on Mars too. Then Falcon Heavy. Yeah. Yeah, it's no longer than it usually is. My titles used to be super long because I used to write out everything that I was going to do in the title. But yeah. We do have Falcon Heavy tonight. Yep. Yeah, it is pouring outside. #poundside. That's right. All right. Okay, so let's see what's good. I actually kind of want to play more Stationeers today. We're just gonna do chill, and we'll go back to doing like Kerbal and cities and stuff over basically in the new year. Enjoying our reign. Yeah. Yeah. Pound sign number symbol. pound number symbol? Pound sign? Hashtag pound sign? Surviving Mars is fun now. The game or what we're doing? Yes. Sure. Your afternoon shadow is kicking in. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Actually, this hat needs to be clean too. I kept the cleater hat really, really clean, and then I wore it in the shop one time by accident, and that was the end of that. Let me see. What hats do I have that are clean? Clean hats. Ah, yes. Or I could just drop them. I have a lot of hats. There was that whole time where chat just ended up gifting me a bunch of hats. We'll go with Artemis today. The game, but also what we were doing. Yep. Yeah, Bio, you gifted me a shirt. That shirt actually gets, yeah. It's a little worn out because I wore it too much. Oh, that was awful. It was awful. Wear the Ben's hat? I don't. Yeah, it's up there. No, I'm good. No, I'll go to put it on, Sawyer, and it'll, a component that'll break that will require me to take the entire hat apart, So putting it on will actually end up being being a whole thing. I don't want to do that. No, I have shelves with all my hats on them over there. Add time. Okay. All right, here. This is the screen from yesterday, so because I just keep the window open. Let's see. Ready? Roll it. Oh, nat 20. Nat 20 on the ad time. Get fricked. Get fricked. Booyah. Good stuff. So, yeah. All right, dudes. Let's load up some Stationeers and let's go. Double or nothing. No. All right. Dude, Stationeers mid-game is not something I ever did in single player, but now it's actually super cool. Like, I never got to did a single player Stationeers and got to the point where we were super stable and then kept playing. I always got to the point where we had enough food and then I kind of stopped. But we're past that today. I like the way you're thinking you'll have to wait 6 months for a part that doesn't exist.
Discovery, go at drop.
Yeah, drummer, for real. Whoa! Meganisima got gifted a tier 3 sub from someone. Jeez. How's life today? Well, I feel better than I did yesterday. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. Sound check. There we go. Jackson said H3 returned to flight on February 15th through March 31st. Cool. Yeah, life's better than yesterday, dude. I did not feel good yesterday. And, yeah. I got a little stubborn on stream, and I still feel bad about it. But, what are you going to do? Does anybody know if there's a hand grenade ETA for KSP2 colonies? Nah, I don't think so. All right, so where we were at, we needed water. Is my helmet open? Yeah, it is. First major patch level was 10 months after release. That's really all we have to go on. Yeah, Pandarific, I wouldn't say 10 months, but I wouldn't set any other expectation either. You know, when you go through development like this, dudes, you know, that first hurdle is always the hardest one. As you get further and further through these hurdles, they're going to get easier to get through. Just because, well, I mean, if any particular thing, you're working with a team. You're working with a team that you know, and you learn to work together over time. So I don't think the next one will take 10 months, and this is based off of no insider information. I have no idea. I keep myself in the dark on purpose because I want to experience it with you guys. And I think the end consumer product is something that's important to me, and it's important that I don't, you know, mess with that. Hey, French Invader, thank you for the subs, dude. Gifted 5. I do appreciate it. Thank you. So, I mean, I would say that this probably doesn't... It's probably not going to be 10 months. But I don't know what it would be. I don't think it's going to be that. But French Invader, thank you for the subs yesterday as well. We're just sliding down the stairs. Okay. Yep, we got the rain. Let me get the tunage up. Now, let's get smooth beat. There we go. All right. Yeah, I don't think it's going to take that long, but I don't think it's going to take as long as this one either, but who knows. Anyway, so let's get to it. We got that miner up doing its thing, and that thing is pretty freaking cool. That thing is just belting out resources for me. Here, let me... Let's go. I'm going to close my airlock. You need a toboggan to slide down the stairs. I think I might need some snakes. Snakes. I don't know no snakes. So, I set this up yesterday, and it turns out that the drilling rig drills all the way down to bedrock. You can kind of see it all the way down there. If you're on mobile, that's... Oh, of course. It's probably going to be a little bit difficult to see it, but you can see it down there right in the center of the screen. It's drilling down to bedrock, and once it gets down to bedrock, it just keeps giving you stuff. So it's producing basically a reagent. It's producing ore, and you put the ore through the centrifuge, and it gives you resources. So we basically don't need to mine anymore. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Yeah, we don't need to mine anymore. Like at all. So what I did was I started focusing on I started focusing on expanding out the base a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to put in here, but it would be nice to get to a point where I could get all my equipment inside, so I wouldn't have to keep going in and out of the dang airlock. But in order to do that, we're going to need some HVAC systems. We need to set up atmospherics, and I want to start harvesting the gases that come out of the furnace. Right now, I'm just venting to atmosphere because that's the simple setup, right? But this thing does produce a good amount of gases. CO2, nitrogen, even some oxygen. A lot of pollutants, though. But you can use the pollutants for stuff, too. If you need to. Like, you can use it as a coolant loop for an air conditioner, which is pretty awesome. I was kind of expecting the miner to be like Factorio or Satisfactory. It basically is, Pandarific. Yeah, it's like putting down a harvester. It's just going to produce ore, and then you have to refine it into to do whatever. I think the X stuff is pollutants, Ren. Should be a package at a Texas port soon. Oh, good to know, man. Oh, for Pete's sake. Should make a system that takes any gas and cools it and separates it into separate tanks. We would need an atmospherics bay to do that, Drummer, but I could. You might be able to see Falcon Heavy tonight. Yeah, it's flying into a 48-degree inclined orbit. So that actually, yeah, we might be able to see it. Alright, we just gotta wait for it to repress. Yeah, I contaminated it by accident. I contaminated the damn thing because I put the wrong filter in the atmospherics yesterday. Oh boy. It's still good enough to breathe, but yeah, my CO2 filters are gonna get pretty bad real quick. Hey Phil, 76 months. You could separate the gases by phase change at night. Yeah, we could, dude. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Build a new tank and just empty that one? Yeah. I suppose it would be probably worth it doing that, huh? Alright, do we have any solid? We have lead. Nothing to throw in there for fuel. Generate power. Alright, we are running a little bit low on power. So, do we have any hydrocarbon in here? Do we have any coal? There's 20 coal in that one. And there's 19 in that one. Was about to say, you should be able to do it all with pipes, radiators, valves, and pumps. Yeah, I think I could figure it out, dude. I'm not too worried about that. I know my physics pretty well. I mean, Kerbal kind of beat that into our heads now, didn't it? And just learning about rockets, you really kind of have to learn how phase change works and all this stuff, or else, especially when it comes to stuff like fueling a rocket, that's kind of important. Oh, dude, that actually reminded me. So, Aqualex, you'll dig this. You'll think this is cool. One of my cousins, I have two cousins that are firefighters around Boston, right? And I went and checked out their fire station. Their O2 tanks, right, are COPVs. They are not like COPVs. They are composite overwrap pressure vessels. Yeah, they're using aerospace grade O2 tanks because they're lighter. Because carrying around all that damn fireman's equipment is a pain in the butt, especially if you have a steel pressure vessel on your back. So they have aerospace grade stuff. I'm like, he's like, oh yeah, these are, my cousin would show him, he's like, oh yeah, these are my O2 tanks. I'm like, those are COPVs. And he's like, yeah, they're brand new. I'm like, dude, that's a COPV. That's what's inside of a rocket. I thought that was super freaking cool. Yeah. So he was telling me about how, yeah, the COPVs are lighter and they're easier to move around. And I'm like, the thing's probably rated for what, like 6,000-7,000 PSI? And he's like, yeah, how'd you know that? I'm like, well, it's funny you should mention that. So he was telling me how you don't want to fill them to 7,000 PSI, which is really, really, really high. That's our atmosphere. For the people that don't use pounds per square inch, our atmosphere is 14.7 PSI. That's 100 kilopascals. So do the math. It's very, very highly pressurized. And he was telling me they don't fill them that much. They fill them to about half what they're rated for, because if you take one of those into a fire, it's gonna heat it up. And yeah, you don't want that. He said it's good to 800 Fahrenheit, and I'm like, damn, dude, that's a COPV. That is a composite overwrap pressure vessel. That is inside of, those are inside of rockets. Those are everywhere in the aerospace industry. COPV bottles. And then they had a machine, which I thought was really freaking cool, that looked like something out of Stationeers, where you basically pull open a rack, you put the tanks in, and you hook them up, and you close it, and it'll fill the tanks for you. It looks like my tank swapping thing, only a lot more put together and not just all over the floor. I thought that was really cool. Hey, Purple Pink. Pure Pink Pony, what's going on? Sorry, I said purple pink. My bad. So I thought that was super neat. Firemen use COPVs all the time. They use them for their tanks when they go and fight a fire, that's really cool. I mean, it makes sense. It's really smart. Better than carrying a steel tank on your frigging back, right? And they're not using nitrox. They're just using atmosphere. They're just using atmosphere as well. I asked. I'm like, are you using nitrox or what? And he was like, no, the machine it's just atmosphere. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That's really freaking neat. Half the weight, twice the capacity. Bingo. Exactly. So you don't do that whole suffocating inside of the fire. And he was telling me too that if you breathe fast, right? So if you have one of those tanks and you're running around, right? You'll depress the tank quickly, and they don't actually heat up; they get frosty. And I'm like, yep, that's ideal gas law doing its thing. I thought it was super cool. And he was like, oh yeah, I guess because he watches the stream from time to time, so he knows a little bit about this stuff, right? And I was like, yeah, if you don't breathe as heavy, it's not gonna frost up. And he's like, I'm not sitting there and teaching that to my firemen. They'll call me a nerd and laugh at me. I'm like, okay, all right, that makes sense. I'm like, that's sweet. You have basically a rocket fuel tank on your back. So yeah, there's that. That's what I did over break. I forgot to tell you guys that story yesterday. Probably had to do with all that beer, the beer that I drank. Probably had something to do with it. The probability of violation last time I checked for Falcon Heavy cooking is 20% POV, which means we're 80% good to go. So that's looking pretty promising, which is why I put it in the title. Do you really think it was the beer? Alucard, I drank a lot of beer. I drank a lot of beer over break, dude. Yeah, I should probably not do that as much. No need more Tres Comas stuff happening. We don't need another Tres Comas incident. Hey Chief, what's going on? Just make sure you don't get solid oxygen in between the fibers. Yeah, well, the oxygen will wants to stay next to the nitrogen because they're using atmosphere, but I understand. Yeah. That's probably a good idea. When's Falcon Heavy supposed to go? 7 hours and 30 minutes. How much coal we get? Good. That's enough to power the solid. That will always be the legendary dude. Yep. That was a lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun. You're starting the new year with COVID. Sadly, tested positive today together with my wife. Thankfully, the kids are all right. It's all right, dude. Just don't, just take it easy for a little bit. You'll be all right. I'm pretty sure I had it, dudes. I had some nasty respiratory infection or something over the last 2 weeks. It's gone now, but you just gotta take it easy. That's why the other day when my voice was starting to go, I was like, nope, stopping now. Because, yeah, voice. I kind of need that. That's kind of important. No, let's flatten some area into this side of the hill. Yeah, that whole voice thing, I kind of need that. There are other bugs going around. Oh yeah, no doubt, dude. I mean, it's wintertime, dude. This is what happens. Not to undermine it. Like, COVID is still can get you if you're not careful. Like, you gotta be careful about this stuff. I mean, the flu can too. Not to say that COVID is, you know, the same as the flu. Those are different illnesses. That's why they have different names. You know? But yeah, just be careful. What I do, dudes, is like, I'm not just snacking on the fruit snacks for fun. They have a lot of vitamin C in them, and vitamin C will help with your immune system and stuff. And I drink a lot of orange juice. I drink a lot of orange juice because I can't get sick. Like, I gotta be careful. I really, really can't. Getting sick is very bad for streamers. That's really not good. That's not, you don't want to get sick. You don't get sick days, you know? So you gotta be careful. Do you drink OJ with pulp? I like no pulp, dude, but I'm not gonna be like, oh my gosh, you're giving me orange juice with pulp in it. I don't want this. That's kind of strange. I'll drink it with pulp. It's tasty either way. I like orange juice. Orange juice, very tasty. What is the key to flatten? Hold left alt, click on this, open up the drill rig inventory, and hit set flatten. Yeah, you want to make it so the key reads set default. And yeah, it'll flatten stuff for you. I always like to carve out stuff like this. Like, and, you know, like when I'm mining, I always leave one in the mine to know what it was and where it, like, to know what it was and see if there's any resources left. Like, see, this was a gold, this thing was gold here. Love munching on orange slices. Dude, it is a really tasty snack. Orange slices, very, very tasty. I agree. Oranges are pretty awesome. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But yeah, if you keep your vitamin C up, I'm not going to say you're not going to get sick. Nothing is certain, right? But it'll definitely help. So what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm making more room for resource gathering and stuff. Like, we need more space for the centrifuges and then like some type of sorting area, resource sorting area. So we're kind of cutting into the hill a little ways here. Nothing beats a shower orange. A shower orange. What is that? Some weird Pacific Northwest thing? What the hell is a shower orange? I don't know what that is. Hey, Hairbors, what's up, man? Dude, great job with Firefly, man. Good stuff. You did freaking great. That cast went off real well. You did excellent, dude. I mean, not that you wouldn't do excellent, you know what I mean? Just, you're a master of your craft, good sir. You need C. Yeah, you need vitamin D. Yeah, you gotta be out in the sun. We're like plants. Gotta be out in the sun. You gotta get some vitamin D's. Got 'em. Thanks, man. I appreciate you saying so. That was a wild gig that I wish I could talk about even half of. Yeah, that's the plight of what we do, isn't it, man? Right? Dude, Air Wars, I've been places that I would... I can't say. Like, I've seen such cool stuff, dude. And you're like, oh, I could use this to teach people, dang it. Yeah, I get you, man. Good job. Hey, Woody. Thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. The question is, does sunblock stop vitamin D?
Discovery, go and
I don't know. You'd have to ask a dermatologist.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So did we figure out what shower oranges are? Or is that a typo? Oh, I'm hungry. Time for patat. Yeah, see, we got a nice open space here now. Flip that off. I don't want to waste the battery. Cycle inside. It's simple. Eat an orange in the shower. No worries about a mess. You're in the shower. And the steam amplifies the smell. Where did you pick up this? Where did you figure this one out? Like... Yeah, zinc. Yep. 2x potat. 1x potat. Do I have any potat? Ah, yes. Potat. Alright, so harvest that up. Harvest that up. Potato seeds. Put some tater seeds back in there. Beer in the shower should be good too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've had shower beers before, yes. Are these potatoes clones? Yep.
Discovery,
Soon you'll be a hemp industrialist on Mars. Oh boy. Okay. While I'm here, yeah, we should probably get another tank. We'll spend the night inside. I need to make another tank real quick. Or you could vent it into a sealed room and create an atmosphere, or even paint it pink. Call it Steve and fill that sad space in your heart. The tank, okay. Yeah, okay. That's... Who wrote this? Alright, flip this sucker on here real quick. Nope. Not in that one. My guess is the pipe bender, perhaps? Gonna need some iron real quick. I think I should have some in here somewhere. Nope. What do we have in here and here? Nope. tier 2 machines. Use a pump to fully empty the tank if you need to. Yeah. That has iron in it. Power low. That has iron. Alright, get that. There we go. Get in there. Oh, I need more. Balls. You sure we don't have any in here? Nope, just gold. Alright, put the gold in there. Alan!
Discovery,
Alan!
go and drop
Wait,
them.
that's not Alan, it's Steve! 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 Mark can clone himself. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just one more ingot, bro. Please, please, bro. This is please, bro. We just need one more to complete the base. Please, bro. Just one more ingot, bro. Please, it'll fix everything. Stop one of the centrifuges and get some. I'm worried it's going to happen during a dust storm. To be honest, which is why I'm just like, let's just go grab more iron. Is that messed up? It's kind of messed up, isn't it? That's nitrice. If it happens during a dust storm, all the resources blow away. So we digging out the mountain or what? I just gave myself a little bit more area for a resource sorting system. That's why I dug that thing out. Could always make a weather station. We should probably do that. Hey, Rivian, what's up, dude? The trench just ends right there. I should have another trench over here. We will make a new vein. It will go this way. Copper. Oh. Copper is good. I'll pick some up. Why not? We need those. We need some type of sorting system for those, huh? Come on, we gotta break into something. Eventually. Be right back, laundering. Okay. Make the portable light. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, put the portable light on your back, right? How are you enjoying the tier 2 mining tool? Oh, I love it. Look at it. This is way better. I'm like, we got the nice tier 2 mining tool, right? But I also got the portable miner now. Or not the portable miner, the drilling rig. And the drilling rig is clutch. So I'm like, oh, okay. You know, like I finally unlocked this really, really sweet miner, but to get this, to unlock this, we unlocked the drilling rig too, like at the same time. So I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, the portable light, yeah, saves battery, I know. Yeah, we were doing that when we had the Cheyenne Mountain complex, Tessa. And when we built that one. I might build it again, who knows. Oh, I should have made dirt canisters. Fill up the dirt canisters. Wasn't thinking. Well, we found a cave. Natural cave. This cave is a natural formation. I think I'm somewhere in the side of the... I think there's a mountain here somewhere. Look at Amy. Very fun. What's that? And I will say, Ampersand, just on a side note, I said this at the beginning of the stream, but dude, Stationeers mid-game is fun. Really, really fun. It's a good time. Oh, this boar isn't... That'd be the thing to fill your mining belt with. Of course, the one spot I picked also goes into a natural cave. Sweet. Let's just go this way. Yeah, I know there's a lot more. That's why I think I said I've basically entered the mid-game, but we're not. I know this gets crazy. I've seen Stationeers endgame. I had a community Stationeers server for a little while, and you guys should have seen the stuff that we built. The problem is that I didn't understand how any of it frigging worked because I didn't do any of it. I had a Stationeers community server, right? And this isn't a mark to the people that were on the... I'm not like hating by any means. Like, I didn't play the Stationeers community server for like a week because like I wanted to play Kerbal or something. Then I came back and the Stationeer, like, dude, we had a base that was unreal. Everything was automated, like everything. So I'm just like, huh, what should we do now? And then we just kept expanding the base, right? And we kept expanding it to the point where it was just like, okay, the game can't take much more of this. We basically pushed it just like we pushed it with cities. Oh, found a silver deposit. And that's kind of what I want to do here, but we'll do it in single player. Also, they took the mining rover out of the game, huh? Or not the mining rover, they took the rover out of the game. You ended up delegating the work and doing the manual mining yourself. The Europa Tower base was sick. That was cool. That was an awesome base. Designed by Norsec roboticist, Amy, or the automated independent mechanical entity, can be a Stationeer's best friend, or tiresome nemesis, or both, several times in the same day. Intended to unearth and retrieve ores automatically, the unit requires basic programming knowledge to operate in an IC editor motherboard. Oh. Oh. Okay. Jeez. Oh, that's cool. Have we found the iron yet? What is this? I think I've, in this trench, just by pure chance, I found... Yeah, we found nickel. That's good. I've found everything but iron, which is weird because that should be one of the most plentiful resources on Mars. The reason Mars is red is because the soil is iron oxide. Mars is rusty, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Amy is a fickle mistress, loads of fun, but frustratingly difficult. Uh-oh. Oh, we maxed. waste tank. Oh, that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Wow. Got a stack of 50 nickel. This is a huge nickel deposit, and that's good because we need nickel for alloys and stuff. I mean, we trying to go get iron, but yep, there's more. Go down even further. The mining tool sometimes flashes if there's a resource in the direction that you're looking. That's how I can always tell if there's more or not. Well, at least it did. Not anymore. How deep can you dig? You can go down a good ways. Oh, but there is bedrock eventually. I'm not sure exactly how far it is down. I can show you because one of my drilling rigs is down there. One of my drilling rigs is down to bedrock. It's a good ways down, probably about 100 meters if I had to guess. Maybe a little bit less than that. Actually, it's probably closer to like 50. There's cobalt, but I don't need cobalt, so let's just drill our walkway out of here. And while it's freaking daytime, let's head back towards the base. Looks like I got everything but freaking iron that time. Did I miss? No. That's the trench that I just dug. You gotta be careful, you don't want to use up too much of that nitrogen. I have so many freaking resource to, like, trenches at this point that I'm not really sure where certain resources are. I know that trenches are all connected for the most part, but... Alright, just let that burn off. We don't need that. You can add the coal there. Combine the stacks of copper there. Combine the stacks of silver there. We got lead. Yeah, Halsey, that's really cool. Alright, can we make this into... Wait, really? There's... Oh, I put iron in there. Oh. That means we just gotta get this up to temp. Send it. Put that in there. That wasn't the right proportions exactly, but it was close enough. Slam dunk. Well, there's the iron. Shoot. Alright, we gotta vent that. Actually, you know what? It's fine. Just keep it. Okay. Whoop. Nice. Got a bunch of nickel. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't stack the dang thing. Alright. Put some in there. And put the other thing in there. We'll store them in there. That's a good spot.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yeah, I don't want to empty them during a storm. I have a feeling a dust storm is coming because when we played last night, we played for a long time without one actually happening. So, yeah, forgive me for being a little paranoid. We should probably work on that weather station. Did I put all the steel in? You want me to do the solar panel stuff too? Alright, well, my waste tank's full and it's getting dark, so shut this off. Alright. Alright, I'll just vent the stupid waste tank. I don't care. That's fine, but we're running out of O2 anyway. Scan my nuts. That was a different game, but yes. Also. It's fine. I mean, yeah, the high CO2 content in this air is also really... It really makes your filters go a lot faster. And we're at 56 on the battery in there, so... I'll swap this out while we're here. There we go. Alright. Did you see that MSC got a multiplayer mod? Yeah, it's had a multiplayer mod for a little while, dude. But yeah, unless somebody made a new one. BRMSC or something. Interesting. That one will create one patat. Yeah, Pigeon, we're making some good progress, dude. Should probably end up putting up more lights and stuff. All right, so let's figure out the portable light, right? Let's get the portable light figured out. I think we'll do that one first. That's what everybody was recommending to do. So, an electronics printer needs... Okay, that's easy. Alright, cool. We're going to need a battery for it, though, too, which is okay.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Alright. Rastaman. Merry Christmas, all the best. Thanks, man. Happy New Year. Now we're just gonna need a copper and steel. I have steel, but steel is in the auto lathe with a bunch of other stuff in it. Alright, make sure I have open spots. Okay. We'll do it 2 at a time. Just because I'm super paranoid of a dust storm. My lander, in this save, my lander got destroyed by the dust storm. And I lost a ton of stuff and we barely survived. So I'm like super freaking paranoid about that. Yeah, with all the seeds. So we've been surviving off freaking potatoes. I think we got the steel. Yeah, the last thing is just a little bit of iron. Okay, shut the auto lathe off. Yeah, we ended up only surviving on potatoes. Yep, I've been just surviving on potatoes this entire time. 1 potato, might I add. 1. We'll do solar tracking. I have another miner too. Could be worse. I can survive off potatoes. That's fine. I'd be worried about protein. You'd be protein deficient at that point. But, you know. When life gives you lemons, trade them for whiskey. Right? Vice script. Mark gave EJ life. Yes. Light on. Here we go. Charge those batteries up. I'll leave the plant analyzer cartridge here just so we can free up a spot in the inventory. Burn the house down with the lemons! Yep. I don't want your gosh dang lemons. What the heck am I supposed to do with these? Alright, so portable tank is next on the list.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Oh, stop whining. It's fine. Damn, dude. Wow. That's gonna be one heck of a haul. We ran out of coal. Alright, well, with the solar panels, we're about to not need the solid fuel generator anyway, so. Okay, what else do we need to do? What was the next order of business? Portable light. Oh, yeah, tank. We need... And I moved all the iron over. Damn it. Yep, I moved everything to that so we could get the light. Okay, cool. So now we're going to need the iron, which is probably the last thing that pops out of this. Time to tank. Somehow this grinding reminds you of summer car. You gotta be, like, careful about your inventory and stuff with this, dudes. Similar to MSC, like, you know how, like, you have to be careful with how you place stuff in MSC, and, like, you gotta be deliberate with how you move stuff? I definitely, yeah, you're definitely right. Okay. Yeah, freaking it's rainy and windy and poopy out. Venting some of this, we can get the pressure up inside of here. Cool. Excellent. Just leave that there. Seems like the perfect time to go to the bodega for chalky muffies. Okay. Cool. All right, solar panel logic. Yeah? We're gonna need to let that thing cook for a little while. It's gonna take a minute for it to get up to it's gonna take a minute for it to fill that tank up. Power is what we're gonna need. Logic makes your brain hurt. It's not that big of a deal. I'll explain how to do auto tracking. I'm sure I could figure it out. Okay, so cobalt. We got some silicon there. Huh. All right, take the hardware, put the hardware in my inventory. I want resources here, and the terrain gun can go there too. Actually, in the mining belt, it might be better to... Nah. Yeah, it's alright. Is it the centrifuge rollout time? Give me one moment. Alright, we gotta make sure that's off. I want the dirt tool and the mining tool in my mining belt. Mining belt can go in here. I need to build another locker for this stuff. I gotta find a way to send stuff into the chute as well. Hey Bandit, what's going on? Alright, let's knock the next thing out. What do we got? We got more nickel. Already got a nickel ingot. I'll store that in there. I'm gonna put everything in here. But I want it, like I said, we gotta transfer it one at a time because I'm like super paranoid. That can go in there because we need power. Let it cook. Next. Copper. I don't know what the frick I'm going to do with that. Put the uranium in the vending machine. We'll sell it if somebody ever buys it. Gold. Got a nice stack of iron there. Another stack of freaking iron. Damn, dude. She ain't warm enough. Hold on. Swap the mining belt. Just give it a little kick. Get that thing back up. Make nuclear batteries. No. Our state is having huge plans for the interstate. Why not hook up the centrifuge to the arc furnace directly and then automatically convert ingots for free? Power is the main concern here. See? Oh, that's gone. See what I mean? I thought I could grab it. Nope, definitely not. It's alright, I got another one. Yeah, see, that's why I was super careful. I had a feeling one was coming. I mean, they come every once in a while. It's kind of... It's consistent. So... Quaid, start the reactor. When the storm's over, build a bigger locker. Well, if I build a locker, it's just going to get caught up on that thing, so... There's no iron in that. Damn it. I'm not gonna take the risk. Let's go inside. Also, CNBC came out with this future of space economy video. Interesting. Bandit, what is the DOT doing? Hold on. What's the A dot up to? I-40 US 93 interchange, US 93 widening, and I-17 improvements along projects planned for northern Arizona in 2024. Oh, just one more lane, bro. Oh, bro, just one more lane. Seriously, bro, please, just one more lane, bro. Oh, just one more lane. Oh, God, look at all those lanes. Oh, that's excellent. Oh, just one more lane, bro. Please, it'll fix the traffic problems, bro. Please, just one more lane, dog. Please, please. Just one more lane. I swear it'll fix everything, bro. Can you put boosters and canards on a highway? Well, what do you think an airport is? Obviously. Need more lanes, less public transport. Yeah, this is America, dude. It's gonna take a while for that. Damn. 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 1 patat, 2 patat, 3 patat, 4. Let me get something to eat. Yeah. This is kind of why I wanted to get crafting and everything kind of inside. But we need to work on atmospherics before we do that. Use 2 kits and get a 3rd kit for free. That wind turbine going up there? Oh yeah, you bet your butt it is. Widening US 93 needs to be done. It's only 2 lanes with tons of trucker traffic. Highway connects Phoenix to I-40 in Kingman, which is a big truck hub. Well, we're waiting out the storm. Let's take a look. Hey, by the way, the GTA 6 trailer analysis video I've been working on will get released tomorrow. Nice! Drummer edited down the GTA 5 analysis. And we're going to post it on the YouTubes. Where's 93? $93.40 interchange right here. Yeah, man. It's just highways. It's just highways that just go on forever. Look at how straight that freaking highway is. Yeah, there's nothing out there. For the people that are like, oh my gosh, why don't you build more public transit? Dude, this is the desert. This is in Arizona. There's nothing out there. There's nothing to transit to. There's no need for a bus out here. You are quite literally in the middle of nothing. Some of these parts of the US are just super freaking remote. Like, there's nothing out there. Like, you really got to be careful. Because if you get stranded out here, you're in the desert. Have fun with that. You don't want that to happen. Yeah, see? Look. It's just nothing. Nothing for miles. I want a 600-mile-an-hour bullet train from DC to Los Angeles. There's a mountain range in the way, dude. The high-speed rail would have to go down here somewhere. This is building high-speed rail through there would just suck. That would not be fun. The Rockies are a big mountain range. We could do it though. Down here, you go through Cruces, Tucson, Phoenix to Las Vegas, and then go through Cajon Pass into Los Angeles. That would work. I've driven that. It's hilly, but it's not as hilly. Why would you want to go to LA? The weather? High-speed rail between Phoenix and Tucson? Yeah, when we should. We got some tricky terrain to build high-speed rail over, dudes. Yeah, that's really that's another thing. I'm not saying it can't be done. We should do it because, if anything, we should do it because frick you, we can. You know, like that would be, that's a good enough reason for me. I understand the economics involved, etc., etc. We should do it because we fricking can. That's a cool reason. Yeah, drummer, we're talking a lot more. We're talking about, if we wanted to do high speed across the entire country, we're talking about HST probably times 3 or 4. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, easily. Yeah, this gets complicated real quick. High-speed rail up and down the coast would be good, but that would get difficult. It would get difficult over in California. The terrain, guys, the terrain is what's killing it. I mean, terraforming in real life is expensive. It's free in cities, right? You never get HST in the US because freight. Build new rail lines. Build new rail lines. That's something that scares people. Build new ones. Batteries and solar are the only power source in this game? Nope. I have a coal burning generator out there. Alright, cool. The dust storm is gone. We're unlikely to get another one. I'm just going to let this thing... We're just going to keep that sucker going. Anyway.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
That sucks that I lost that full stack of iron. What are you going to do? $791. We're gonna need more volatile in a little bit. I don't think ore takes environmental damage. It was smelted, yeah. And for the past 3 years, almost every 9917 going to bed, blasting certain sections of the mountain to terraform it. Cool. Good, man. Building stuff is cool. Hope you have an amazing day out there, sir. Thank you all. Thanks all you do for the entire human race. Well, I'm trying, man. Gotta teach people about rockets. It's important. But thanks, Manifest. Have fun lurking, buddy. Lurk it up, fuzzball. put this over here for a second. You should build a wind turbine. Yeah, I got one up there, dude. This is just, we're going to use this as a temp system for now, just for storage. And also, I hate that that's clipping into the iron there, the iron stack. That's really, really annoying. You know what? I don't want this here. I like this over here. It's more centralized. Still get at the back of that. There we go. Alright, we can flip that thing back on. Stack the cobalt, stack the silicon. It's just pooping out stuff. Coal can go in there. Man, this thing is freaking cheating. Got freaking everything. This place has got everything. Disco pants and haircuts. Yeah, lots of space in this mall. Baby clothes. This place has got everything. I didn't put a second drill online, no. Would you like a chocolate-covered pretzel? They're a little melty, but damn are they exquisite. Alright, we'll turn the mining machine back on. There we go. Sweet. Okay, lockers are under control. Got plenty of resources now. I think we might need steel. You hate that part about mall rats? Well, if it isn't my neighbor. Alright. That kid is back on the escalator again. Wow, it's a schooner. It's not a schooner. It's a sailboat. Schooner is a sailboat. Damn kids. Alright, let's see. Can I look in here and see what the pressure's at? Oh, dude, we're not even above. We're not even at a megapascal yet. Cool. Alright. I do have a wind turbine up there, drummer. It does stuff. I was a mall rat in that actual mall back then. Pretty accurate. Sweet. You ever meet anybody that worked at the Fashionable Mail? It's a great store, you know. We gotta automate solar. That's the big one. Oh, big wind turbine. Cool. Cool thing is that the magic eye actually worked. Nice. Okay, drummer. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, I drilled out this spot for more resource processing. You know, when we get to that point. Let's automate solar. So we're gonna need all of our stuff. We're gonna need a lot of stuff in the electronics printer. We need a daylight sensor. Kit sensors from the electronics printer. Yeah, eventually I know you can hook up, you can get like a sorting system, right? And you can just, you can split all the resources equally among all these things. Like eventually I know you can do that. Alright, so daylight sensor. Once upon a time, the angle of this thing absolutely mattered. Like you had to put it in a certain spot. If I'm remembering right. Still does. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's still a thing. Alright, well that's good to know. Hey Creeper, what's going on? I'm trying to click on that link, but Synergy, for whatever reason, won't let my mouse go to the other computer. Alright, let's figure out this logic. It shouldn't be too hard. Been a minute, you've been busy. I got you. Oh, jeez. So, this is for a single axis, right? 2-chip single axis tracking. The problem is here, fellas, is that the sun, wherever we are on the planet, this is at a northern latitude, right? Or southern, it could be either one. I'm gonna guess north. I mean, actually, it doesn't really matter. But point is that the sun doesn't go like this, right? It doesn't go like that or across the sky. It kind of goes up and then it goes down over there. We need dual axis tracking. That's the short story. So we're gonna need another We need another solar angle. No, not necessarily another. Scroll down. Guys, I get it. I know. Now we got to figure out. We could use IC. I think we'll go. Yeah, we need 6-chip dual axis. So we need 4 logic. We need a processor, memory, and then the daylight sensor.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Scroll my vans. I'm working on it. Hey, 7. 26-month resub. Thank you. Gold? Oh. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We got plenty of gold. Okay, cool. So we got that. We got our day sensor. Processor and memory. We need memory to store numbers. Okay. We got everything we need. Now we're going to need coil. We need wire. So just set this thing in the meantime to just make a bunch. Hey Bob, what's going on? How you doing? Happy New Year. Or almost New Year. What are we making? Solar panel tracking, so I don't need to keep refilling my I don't need to keep refilling my the solid fuel generator. Actually, speaking of that. Well, thank you. You good? You and the other half have a good Xmas. I did. Yeah. Yeah, we're A-okay, man. I was a little grumpy yesterday, if you watched the beginning of yesterday's VOD. But, yeah. That's just because I drank too much. Whoops.
Discovery,
But other than
go
that,
at
we're
throttle
good.
up.
How much power from that wind turbine? That little baby thing is giving me nothing. We'll automate solar, and then I'll build out a bigger wind turbine for our base. I think that would be cool. Alright, we could shut the solid off for now. We're blue. No. Blue! Blue! Glad to hear, aside from the... Hey, dude, it happens. Hey, no fear, 21 months. Alright, so... we are going to do this one. Now, how do we find north? So if the sun rises in the east, I'm going to guess that north is that way, but... uh-oh. How do we find that? Poo-poo. Yeah, Twine, that wind turbine, so we get... there's dust storms that come through, and when the dust storm comes through, that thing just spins like a whirligig, and it generates a lot of power. Bottom right, you have compass heading. Yeah. Heading... oh, I was right! Nice. Alright, so we need the wire output to be facing north. Okay, cool. I'll do my solar panel automation on this back wall here. Yeah, we'll just put it on the back side of the locker, I suppose. We're going to need to redo some of these solar panels, though, because some of them don't have the data connection. So, Lar, we're going to have to... Here, hold on. Oh, yeah. We got to jimmy the glass plate off. I have my light right there. I'm thinking. I made all this out of frickin'... You know what? We'll build a solar farm out here. Screw it. Changing plans. I'll just leave those there because they're generating power, but there's stuff up here like there's a bunch of stuff in the way, like lights and the wiring for the inside of the building. So let's go to the auto lathe right here. I need my steel. It's gonna be really nice when I don't have to do that anymore. Start making frames. Video about what I've been doing over the last few months. It's asking me for Google Drive access, dude.
Temperature critical. Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
You'll relink it when it's fixed. Cool, cool.
Air tank low.
Yeah. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I don't want to put them right here in front of the landing pad. We're gonna need steel sheets. Might as well expand the spaceport while you're at it. Okay. I'm gonna have to expand its platform, Tessa, but that's not a big deal.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
We're gonna need more ice. But that's okay. Yummy potato. .3.
Air tank critical.
So that should last us a lot longer now. The air tank should last us a lot longer because it's pure O2. Rain my vans. Yep. Here you go. Short and sweet. What do you got?
Funerals, whether it's veteran, retiree, or active duty, as well as colors, which is essentially the flag ceremony, coming in, dipping the flag for the national anthem, as well as folding flags for retirement ceremonies and stuff like that. The honor guard really is the face of
dude,
Space a lot of times.
you're doing honor guard?
We
That's
are
cool,
going to
man.
funerals, and we're going to meet people at very critical and emotional portions of their lives, handing flags off to family members
That's
when their
cool.
loved one has passed
That's
away.
really cool,
It's
dude.
very impactful, and it means a lot to the people who are there.
That's cool, man. You one potato, look at you now. Yeah, we're doing okay. Yes, sir, it's brutal, but it's cool. But you get to fire off Garand. You know, the... That's awesome, man. And I do have my salute to service Patriots shirt on today. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. That's awesome, Creeper. Cool. Good for you, man. You should be proud of that. That's freaking sweet, dude. We use M14s for... I know what you meant. You use M14s for firing. Party Garands for guarding the flags. Cool, man. Potato seeds. Potato seeds. Potato seeds. Potato seeds. Yes. And we just keep them as potats there. Let them do their thing. The potato is in darkness. Cool. That's cool, Wolf. That's actually super neat. Alright, let's head back out. Did I close my helmet? Yeah, we did. Okay. Shut that off for now. Let's get in our tool belt. Get the welder out, boy. The arc welder is awesome. No gas. No gas needed. Okay, so if we're gonna expand the spaceport, right, we're gonna need a little more. We need more steel. So we do have a volatiles thing that I drilled out here a little while ago, but we're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 20 steel frames. Man, I thought steel frames would be near the top. I learned from your mistake. I started a Mars save today, and the first thing I did was mine a hobbit hole in the side of the mountain and drag the crates into it. Sealed it off with a door, much like the mountain base that you made. Well, there you go. Yeah, when that frigging dust storm comes through. Yeah, it'd be better to just put everything in the ground, right? Welders on Mars would probably need water cooling, or maybe gas, if only for cooling. I mean, you'd need some type of radiator. Black body radiation would probably do it. The radiator panel would need to be something fierce, though, Talon, right? You'd gotta find a way to exchange all that heat. Or you could use a extremely high voltage, low amperage arc, I suppose. But then again, I know poop about welding. I'm trying to fix that. The dust storm will damage all your stuff, Tyler. Anything that's just kind of hanging around on the surface like this will get blown away and broken. Are you going to enclose the rest of your base because of that? I would like to eventually put a lot of it inside, yeah. Cool. So that's going to expand that, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to need, I want a little bit of a space. So let me get one more steel frame, and then we'll go from there. And all the wiring and power can go this way. It'll connect into my battery. Maybe we should move that. I'll think about it. Doesn't the battery put off a lot of heat? I mean, yeah. At what points do you just build more base batteries? It depends on how much power you're using. You'd have to, there's a power analyzer tablet or a chip for the tablet that'll tell you like what you're doing. It'll tell you this kind of stuff. The reason why I wanted to build out one more frame, dudes, is because I have 4 solar panels. 4 solar panels with automation should be enough for my power needs right now. We could also, but the whole idea is to design it to be expandable. That's really, really important. So what we're going to do next here is I'm going to get the mining belt out, get the miner, and I'm going to put the logic for this kind of on the back here. Go here, and then set the mining tool to flatten. And dig a little trench back here. So we can put all the wiring for our solar panels back here. All right, put that back in the mining belt. Swap the mining belt for the tool belt. And let's place our solar panels. Where did I put it? There's a glass sheet, logic, sensors. Okay, hold on. It's been years since I saw any Stationeers, but I see that I'm still using the Morgan Freeman avatar. We are Morgan Freeman, lost in space. I think I put the solar panel right there. How are these things doing? Yeah, see, we're not. I'm gonna shut this stuff off. It doesn't like operating all this with the I have my O2 system pulling in oxygen as well. Can we see that pressure gauge? What's that pressure gauge at? No, that thing can still go. I'm basically sucking in atmosphere, pressurizing it, filtering it, and then exhausting it. Filtering out the O2 and exhausting it. There's just pure O2 going into that tank. What game is this? Ivan Mistar, it's Stationeers. Stationeers is a space survival game. So it's kind of you versus the elements here. Yeah, see, we'll do logic there. Power on the front side. I'm gonna need some heavy cable too. Yeah, the cool thing about Stationeers is that it's realistic. It's a realistic game. So, like, okay, for instance, I'm talking about my oxygen scrubber here, right? So Mars's atmosphere, if we get up the atmospheric tablet, you know, this tab will show you what the atmosphere is, right? If you notice, we're on Mars right now. And Mars's atmosphere is 95% CO2, 1.25% oxygen, right? 2.7 nitrogen, 0.625 pollutants, and 0.0014 liquid pollutants. There's a little bit. It's picking up that because of my exhaust. But there's oxygen in the atmosphere. So what I set up over here is a system that sucks in air through that vent, right? That's a check valve that I put into the system so it doesn't overpressurize. That's a liquid vent because when you pressurize stuff, you condense it and it can turn to liquid. So I have a liquid vent. That's why it's picking up some liquid. But it takes the atmosphere. The atmosphere goes into that machine on the other side of the glass. And I have O2 filters in there. And all the exhaust, so basically everything that's not oxygen gets exhausted out here. And the rest of the oxygen pressurizes inside of that tank. And if I want to refill my oxidizer tank, my oxygen tank, like what we have right now, running out, I got to fill it in there. I had to build all this. Hey, Jojo, thanks for the 5 subs. I had to build everything out. You have to go mine the resources and build everything, which is super freaking cool. Thanks for the 5er, man. Do you have logic as a safety stop for the system? I don't. Not right now. I don't really run the thing very often. What happened is I put the wrong filter in there, and this was my original oxygen tank. I put the wrong filter in there, and it polluted CO2 into my O2 supply. So I've been pressurizing a new tank. What's that? Hellfish just involved police using confiscated cars as part of its fleet. Jeez. I have a passive back pressure regulator right there. Yeah, it's not logic that's controlling it. Particularly, it's just mechanical logic, I suppose. If that pipe overpressurizes, it'll start venting. In terms of like, you know, a data output from the tank, right? No, I don't have anything like that. What I would need is a digital pressure monitor and then some logic to tell it to turn off when pressure inside of the pipe reaches a certain number. This game is awesome, but the learning curve is daunting, and sometimes spending lots of hours watching YouTube tutorials. It's tough, but if you know physics, you'll learn. You gotta be good at physics. But yeah, it is a hell of a learning curve. It's one of the hardest learning curves of any game that I've played. Is there a goal? It's not sandbox, but you don't want to die at the same time either. It's a survival game, so you're trying to survive. Think like Minecraft survival. There's not really particularly a point. I mean, there's the Ender Dragon and stuff. I understand that, but But yeah, you're mostly just surviving. The survival is enough. The survival is enough to make the gameplay tough. It's really, really difficult. You gotta eat, you gotta drink, you gotta find ways to get water. You gotta have some way to fill up like water bottles, for instance, right? And if you haven't played, yeah, actually, Krunsk, that was the next thing I was gonna say. If you haven't played the game in a little while, it's definitely a lot more solid than what it was in the past. Get one potato there. Put the potato in the microwave. Cook myself some food. Grab my potato seeds. Plant. Turn on the microwave. Ding. What changed? They've added optimizations. They've changed a lot of things around, dude. The game is just easier to play overall. Like, Alt left mouse, you can just move resources around. See? That right there in itself is so useful. Yeah, just it feels a little more right to play. Does that make sense? I find it's a lot more intuitive to do things this time around. Alright, let me flip my suit back on. Close the helmet. Helmet latch locked. Alright, let's go out into the vacuum. I'll be back later. I got some chores to do. Alright, Creeper. Well, it's good. Thanks for checking in, man. That means a lot to me. Sometimes I wonder where you guys go, and I don't know. You know, I'm not like, oh my gosh, they're gone. They're never coming back. Like, I hope they didn't die or something, but it's still good to get a status update from time to time. You know, that's cool. They always come back. What? What do you mean, what? Hey, dude, sometimes I've had people... There have been people that have watched for years, and they just stop watching someday, like one day, and I have to wonder what happened, right? Like, did I say something? Did I do something wrong? I probably said something stupid. That's usually my MO.
Discovery.
Saying something dumb. That the person's like, yeah, no, I don't want to watch this guy no more. You know? Or real life. Most of the time it's real life stuff with you guys. But yeah, status update would be good. It helps with my sanity, I guess. Creeper, ad time. So, alright, how I do ad time now, because I hate ads, is I have my mods roll a d20, and then I roll d20 D&D style. If I win, you rolled 13, I rolled 8. I didn't win. So here comes some ads. If I win, no ads. But that didn't happen here. I do it because I hate ads. And I really don't know what else to do with all these channel points that I didn't want in the first place, so. Hey, Immortal, 85 months. Since have no sanity. Yep, well. Thanks. I think. Alright, so power is on this side. So we need to start wiring this up. Through a junction box. Take your ad money. Alright. Put it into car parts. Okay. Any plans for the day? Any plans for the day in this game? What do you mean, any plans? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I'm trying to automate up my solar right now. So, what I'm going to do here is detach... We're trying to get some automated solar up. I'm going to detach my solar and get ourselves a power output wire here. Put that down. The heavy wire we'll put somewhere over here. Problems. I moved states multiple times, got relocated again, and then went into a long-term job search to stay where I wanted to settle. Accepted an offer last week. Real life is definitely where most people go. Well, thanks, Prof. Yeah, what I'm saying, dudes, is that, yeah, just give me a status update. Like, I don't know. You know, it sometimes I wonder, you know. Like, I'm like, where did this person go? They were here like every day for like 5 years straight, and I haven't seen them since. You know, it's just something, yeah. Help me keep my synthity, not sanity, synthity. Rain. Oh, by the way, that video I showed you could see the back of my head 29 seconds in. All right. Cool. Power on that side. Power on that side. Power on that side. Let me get my glass sheets back. Okay. Yeah, and I left a little buffer spot because if we put a landing pad here, it's, yeah. We need a buffer spot. Should probably have more of a buffer spot because, yeah. I don't know. Something about a spacecraft outgassing next to my glass plates probably isn't the best idea. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to actually need more of that cable coil. We just need to make sure that I can... Oh, that's going to be an issue. Running around that is going to suck.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah. Anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Feels Batman. Okay. How are we gonna do this? There are two spots that are, yeah, gonna cause some problems. If we go up and over here, jetpack on. We can go across the roof. There's no wires there. There's the grow lights there. There's just a regular light there. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to... So first thing we'll do is get it out to the solar panels. We're going to need more heavy coil. The reason why you got to use this is because if you're using small wire with something that's going to generate a good amount of power, like four solar panels altogether, or the solid fuel generator, it's, yeah, you gotta get a heavier gauge cable, which is true in real life. You run more current through a cable, that's what it's gonna do. Gold and copper. I think I used all my gold. I'll empty the centrifuges, why not? Making sure nothing rolled all the way over here. We've got tons of iron. Stack of nickel. Man, this miner is freaking clutch, dude. Super useful. no, no. Hey, get back here. Not getting a high yield of silver, but yeah, we got a full stack of it right there. That's okay. I just put my uranium in the vending machine. I don't really have any use for it. I don't think, at least. Wow, lots of iron. Sweet. Okay, gold and copper, so grab that. It didn't give me much gold. That has a lot, but I don't feel like emptying that out, so we'll go over here to our friend.
Waste tank caution.
Looks like we need more volatiles. Oh, nope, stay over there. Alright, well, we'll just do it this way.
Filter low.
Discovery, going
Hey,
throttle.
gods! Thanks. That's 3 subs. You guys are going crazy with the gifted subs today. Thank you very much.
Discovery, going throttle. Discovery, going throttle up.
Got a lot of throttling up to do. Damn. Alright, so shut that one off. Okay. We're gonna need more heavy. I also need to go get volatiles. We don't have any. 'Tis the season. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Just gonna let that thing keep going. No, no, no. Come on back. There we go. Jetpack on. Alright, so let's go this way. I gotta get my wire clippers out. We gotta just put that there for now. That doesn't go to anything. So this is the power cables that the solar panels are gonna generate, or the solar panels are gonna use to move power into my battery. We're gonna need different cables for... We're gonna need different cables for the logic that governs it. And we're gonna also need probably an area power controller. What happens when you die in this game? Well, you can either... You could stop the save, or you could, you can respawn. It'll respawn you, I guess. Like, you could do that if you wanted to. What does the nuclear battery need? Inconel and astraloy. I don't know what those are. I'm sure we can make it, but we'll just use a regular battery for now. You die in real life. Yeah, it depends on your difficulty level. My difficulty is set to normal right now, so I did die once. I reloaded. But when I died, I just respawned.
Air tank low.
Alright, now we're gonna have to wire up the area power controller. And that can just go into the rest of my harness here. But we gotta swap out the air tank here. Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour, Noswolf. Comment ça va? Yeah, that front, dude, that was a righteous explosion. It was awesome.
Air tank critical.
It was awesome. Falcon Heavy is scheduled for a launch today at 8 Eastern, which is 5 hours and 30 minutes away from now. We're gonna need more ice soon. What's the end goal? It's survival, Binol, so think like Minecraft survival minus, like, there's not really an Ender Dragon or anything, per se. It's just build a base and survive. But I enjoy it. I think that's fun. Have you closed the loop on all your needs? Yeah, for the most part. I'm just automating solar power here. That's... You can launch a rocket with yourself to other planets. Yeah, you can get pretty hardcore, man. It's a fun game to play. The challenge is surviving and then, I guess, become the master of your own destiny, which is pretty cool. Alright, so this should wire up the logic for the area power controller. And now the APC should get power. We'll jimmy this open here. Yep, the battery is flashing, but it should be charging. Yep, it is. Can you even close the loop? I don't know. I suppose with the right plants you could. You could probably close the loop. You could probably make a closed loop system where you never have to go outside. That would be a fun challenge to do. I'm not sure we're going to do it with potatoes, though. And we would need... Ooh. We'd need humidity. That's the thing. To make a closed loop system, you're going to need water. Right? So we need a plant that can basically generate enough... Ooh. It would need to generate enough oxygen that we pressurize something up to the point where the water starts to condense. We would need humidity to make water, and then a capturing system. And that capturing system could water the plants. Like, yeah, you could do it. I don't see why you couldn't. It really depends on the plants, though. You could do it, though. I know you could do that. Alright, don't turn that on just yet. Alright, now I have all the stuff to do the solar automation in my backpack here, so... That's Starbase Live. There's a big tank coming down the road, so this is what we need. Power and data are transmitted through these cables equally, right? So you don't need separate data cables from power cables, which is good. Base is haunted. Oy. Yeah, if you can create humidity, right, and then a way to capture the water vapor out of the atmosphere and make it fill, like have that fill like hydroponics tanks. Yeah, you could do it. Sure, you can make an entirely closed loop system. You grow. Yeah, you can make a greenhouse. You could do like a biodome. You can make that. I don't see why you couldn't. Alright, so the wire side needs to be facing north. So let's get our kit sensor. Wire side of the daylight sensor is facing north. Alright. Alright. Instead of just regurgitating like what the thing is doing, I kind of want to figure it out. So they're storing 90 in memory. Panels should align themselves to the sun if you make sure to put the power port on the panels facing east at 90 degrees. I don't know. We'll find out, Roke. Is there a game like this where you can assign NPCs to each job and keep the base alive? That sounds like RimWorld to me. It wants me to store 90 in memory, and we need the panels should align themselves to the sun if you make sure to put the power port on the panels facing east. They're not. The power port is facing south. So we might need a different number stored in memory here. I don't see why this shouldn't work. Let me put it like that. Alright, so, well, let's get the memory out. Alright, we'll store 90 in memory and we'll test it to see if it works. You can play multiplayer, Repairy, yeah. Multiplayer is a thing, if that's kind of what you're looking for. Alright, so we need logic reader. We need a logic reader to read the vertical daylight sensor and horizontal daylight sensor. And then we need a writer, so it takes those numbers, right? Okay. Yeah, it's going to take the vertical from the daylight and horizontal from the daylight, write those as numbers, and then do some math to them to output to the solar panels where they need to be pointed. This is not hard. Yeah, not complicated. We're gonna need more wire, I think, though. Yep. We're gonna need a bigger boat. The centrifuges are using a lot of power, so I'll shut them off. What's my oxygen sensor at? Yeah, that thing's still gonna need to go more. Can't run out of oxygen or else I'm kind of screwed. Yeah, see how it's looking for the sun on the vertical? It's on horizontal and vertical. Yeah, we're gonna need to make it so the solar panels receive those numbers. That's not that hard. This is pretty straightforward logic. Need more wires to do it though. I have all the chips and everything that I need made. Just gotta sit here and do this. It's possible, Floody. We'll figure it out, or Flutie, yeah, Flutie, not Floody, or is it Floody? I don't know. You tell me. First was right. Floody, you got it. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. You don't know until you ask, right? Okay. So it's looking for 2 logic readers. And then put that back there, and I need my tools. I gotta go get my tool. Kip, that ain't a tool, that's a damn brick. Oh, man. I don't think I need to make this connection here. But I will. Just in case I don't get something right. Pretty sure we don't need that one, though. But yeah, you don't need to connect these. That's what confused me about logic. I should say this. That's what confused me about logic when we first started doing it. Or when I first started messing with this in Stationeers. This doesn't need to be in any particular order. Just connect the chips. The chips will automatically figure out. Like, if you set them to, they'll automatically pick up. As long as you connect everything together. You don't need to, like, wire it in series or something according to the logic. The wires in Stationeers are power and data cables. So, as long as you have two chips connected, that one will pick up on the other if you set it right. I got so confused by that. I was like, why is that? That doesn't make any sense. But no, it's possible with, like, an optical cable to be able to do stuff like that. Yeah, it's just connect them. That's all you need. Power over Ethernet. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that part was super confusing for me when I first started messing with this, but it's not too bad now. Now that, I figured it out. But yeah, that's what always kind of got me. I was like, how is this all talking to itself at all? How? Oh, yeah, just enough. Okay, cool. Now that everything is hooked up, now we just gotta use our screwdriver and tweak the chip. Any chance you could see last? I don't want to keep filling the chat with the same thing. Yeah. Sorry, man. I needed to make sure we got that right. Hey, just wondering, when the next time you're planning on playing KSP2 is? 2024. Next week. I'm just having a chill week between the holidays, dude. Having some fun playing some games that I've wanted to play in a little while. Or that I've wanted to play for a while. Don't you need a wire into the left side of the math unit? Yup. So, and... yeah, keeping them on their own power controller. Yeah, Jet, exactly. I'll just give myself a badge in case I screwed something up. Oh yeah, we do have one spare wire up there, don't we? There we go. Yeah, you can paint the wires different colors, dudes. Okay. No. Get in there, get in there, get the screwdriver out. Okay, so... so the horizontal, oh yeah, I should get the labeler, but so that's daylight sensor, right? Daylight sensor vertical. cycle to vertical. Okay. And we're on daylight sensor, horizontal. And then we need the batch writer, solar panel, vertical, E. Wait. Yeah, I know there's no power. Maybe, yeah, I'm gonna jimmy this open here. Oh, yeah, see, I gotta modify this. I had to modify it slightly from their diagram. Okay, so you hooked up power to the wrong port. What? What are you talking about? You need to bridge the top and the bottom networks. Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it. Thank you. We're gonna need to do that. Because, yeah, they have theirs set up a little bit different. Now we should be able to grab it. Solar panel. Vertical. Solar panel. Horizontal. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to label this so I know which one is linked to which. Let me go grab the labeler. Yeah, that's gonna get really complicated if we don't have it. Yeah, I see it, guys. Yeah. That's what I mean about, like, I mean, yeah, we know with copying it, actually. Yeah. While I'm here, we will eat a fantastic potato. It might be time for another potato. Ding. Potato. Okay. All right. Shut that off. Labeler. There you are. How do you, with the helmet on? You have a face shield that opens up. Cappy Rock, Southern Hemisphere, DJ. But yeah, King, did you hear what I said before? We'll jump back into Kerbal a little bit later. Probably, yeah, New Year. I wanted to play some other stuff for a little while. They added rockets to this sucker, dude, and I definitely want to see if we can tech to those. What's your thoughts on the variation of potatoes we have, like Russet versus Yukon Gold, for example? I don't care. I like potatoes. That's where it ends. You don't need to complicate things. Okay. So math unit needs to input the daylight sensor. So we need vertical right there. And then we need add. Input 2 needs to be horizontal. Hey, all right. They're 90 degrees off.
Air tank low. All right, I gotta go back inside here for a moment. You need to rotate the daylight sensor 90 degrees clockwise. Okay. Ah, shoot. I gotta do this before the air tank runs out. Damn it. It popped.
You gotta reconfigure it since you moved it. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. Change the memory by 180. So 270? Alright, we're gonna need air. We gotta go inside real quick. I don't know. I'll have to take a look, guys. I'm worried about the air tank, so I'm not really troubleshooting it like I want to. Give me one moment. Okay, so the first thing we gotta do is get power. Gotta open up the tank, or open up my helmet so I don't suffocate, and... Cool. Open. Thank you. Oh, shoot. Hold on. What's the end goal of this game? It's mostly surviving, Piss. Mostly. But yeah, it's surviving and building. You can build a lot of cool stuff in this game, and you can eventually build out a rocket and fly to other planets, like Factorio style, which is pretty cool. But what I like to tell people is, like, this is Mark Watney's simulator, you know, if you like The Martian. This is Mark Watney's simulator. But the cool thing about it is that everything is rooted in real physics. It's pretty damn realistic. Like for instance, I made that pressurized volume there. And just because I enclose the space doesn't mean that you can, like, take your helmet off inside of it, right? Like, you can't do that. That ain't gonna get you very far. I needed to go find, like, ice, and I needed to take a welding torch to some ice inside of the enclosure and let the ice melt and start to create gas for inside of our pressurized volume. And then I needed some CO2, so I used my waste tank, which has CO2 in it, and I released some of that in there so I could get the plants to grow. It's pretty cool, dude. Like, right now, what I'm doing is I'm using logic chips to get the solar panels to read, to try and track the sun automatically with that sensor right there. I just think I did something wrong. Right. Daylight sensor, vertical. Daylight sensor, vertical. Daylight sensor, horizontal. Solar panel, vertical. Solar panel, vertical. And this should be variable E. Variable E is the math unit. So that needs to go to math right there? Oh. Okay. Now what is this one? That writer needs to go to A. So that one needs to go to horizontal, which is what it's set for. E is the name of the math chip. Yeah. So that one, the vertical needs to go to the math chip, and the writer horizontal needs to go to the reader, right? And horizontal is the name of that. Let's just set that back to 90 and see if that fixes it. The math unit in has logic reader vertical, and second one in is memory. Okay, so that is vertical and memory, and it's set to add. Perfect. Okay, I think that's set correctly. Yeah, Felix, yeah, exactly. We got to adjust, right? So for 90 degrees off, it's either going to be 0. We could feed 0 in, or it's going to be 180. It's going to be one or the other. Right? How long until the sun comes up? I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes? Actually, it's probably more like 5. The sun just went down. I think that's configured right, but... The day-night cycle is a little bit... It's not like superbly realistic, but it's... Yeah, it happens. Is the sensor facing north? The sensor is facing east right now. Because the sun comes up over there and it sets over there. Yeah. Sun will pop up over there on the other side of the base. Telby, ad time? Okay. King, do you know... EGR chat, do you know any good websites to see the odds of a rocket launching? My brother is near the Cape, but unsure if Falcon Heavy is going to launch tonight with the weather. Oh, gosh. Nextspaceflight.com. So, Next Space Flight. All launches. This should keep you... This stays up to date. It's not going to tell you, like, probability of violation. The POV right now is 20%. Yeah, he rolled nat 20, so... You guys, this is... I don't want to run ads every 30 freaking minutes, guys. This is ridiculous. I don't want to do this. It's so annoying. Don't run them. No. That's the game. Val, you said the weather has been rough today. Lots of unseasonal rain. Oh, stack the points. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I feel bad now. I'm mostly playing around. I do appreciate it, but yeah, it's not something I like doing. I don't like ads. I think they're too intrusive. But if it gets the pre-rolls off, then I guess I'm okay with it, Tall. Give us something to spend our points on. Like 50k, you tell us that you like our hat. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Big Ben, 20-month resub. Fixed it. Yep. Yeah. Change it up. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta, that's kind of stuff I want to work on, dude. I want to, yeah. do some back-end stuff for the stream over the next couple of days. We'll figure it out. In the latest update, they're using orbital simulation kind of like KSP, so there are seasons and such. Oh, that's cool. 100K to add a lane. Just add a lane, bro. Data point is facing east, and the point... Yeah, my data point is facing east, so that means north is... No, south is that way, so north is that way. Was my light actually generating power? Fruit snack? Oh, okay. Hey, Don. Yeah, my Christmas was just fine, dude. When will you run out? It's only for 30 seconds, dude. Relax. It's not like I'm having a 3-course meal here. I'm Polish, you can't relax. I know, my freaking wife is Polish.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Y'all got problems, man. Poland Ken into marriage, that's right. And you got gifted a sub, look at you. Alright, let's see. Let's see if this works. Okay, I don't know, Aquilix, I'll think about it. Excited for Falcon Heavy? Falcon Heavy launching a space shuttle? Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah. Yes. Well, that looks right. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. All right. Yeah, we need the monolith for it. When's the Falcon Heavy launch? 5 hours. Just missing another astronaut to beat you up with a wrench. Yeah, they're casting shadows on each other, but they're still getting some residual. That's only for right at sunrise, though. It's because the sun's going to go that way. Once it gets high enough in the sky, it should be good. That first panel's generating 500 watts, though. Half of a megawatt, which is very nice. Power me. Let's go. Power my base. Power my base. Brace. You're a kilowatt. Got him. Yeah, that's what I meant. But we can't admit that Tessa's right. That's not, we can't do that. Yeah, see, once it gets high enough in the sky, this thing will start going. Yeah, now we're probably gonna need more batteries, huh? I don't know, guys. I think we got it right. I think I left 90 programmed in memory, and rotating that thing 90 degrees instead of changing the logic by 90 seems to have fixed it. That looks like it's tracking the sun pretty well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Two kilowatts almost. Yeah. You can actually make railings and stuff. All systems. Yeah, you know that, all systems. I know you know that. I've seen you make them. Alright, well, I don't think we need to screw around with the solid fuel generator anymore. Pretty sure that's good. I'll keep it here as a backup, but yeah, it'll take an efficiency hit, but that's mostly because of the solar angle. Some people suggested putting them diagonally. That would do it, or just changing the spacing, but I think this is more than enough. Guys, this thing is generating power like crazy. And see, all I gotta do is just get some wire to extend it and build more. Ugh. There's a big hole right there. Or we could just space it and add a second row over here. Might have to fill that in. That is a very deep hole. That's what she said. Yeah, see, we're generating almost 2 megawatts here. So that's pretty megawatt. What? Do I keep getting megas and killas? Yep. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Yep. Sorry. My bad. Misspoke. I don't know. I don't use the metric system. I don't know what you're talking about. You what? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, how dare you? Potato. You don't? I think you can't be friends anymore. Oh god, he got the Velcro. Huh? Labeler, I didn't leave it on, right? Yeah, okay, shut that off. 2.68 horsepower. All right. Put that in there. I can't tell if we're at net gain or net loss. I think we're actually pushing. We might need a couple more solar panels. Did you ever get into No Man's Sky? No, Link, not really. I've played it off stream, but very, like, casually, like, not like this. Here, let's boost that power up there. Yeah, of course, Lithuanian, because we do it to spite you. Blue. Thank you. Yeah, Batman, you got gifted a gifted a sub a little while ago. But yeah, that's all working correctly, which is good. All right, let's get another steel plate. Right, let's get another steel plate and or steel frame. There's no steel in there. And very soon, doing that will be a thing of the frickin' past. I'd love to do that in real life. That'd be pretty cool. I think we could. I'm just not sure if I'd good enough spot, you know. Don't forget you need ice and volatiles. Yep. Yeah. Alright, we could shut this for a little while. I shut that off just so we could, yeah, not use as much power. Okay, let's grab the mining. Put the dirt canister out. And let's go look around. Volatiles shouldn't be that hard to find. They're freaking everywhere. There's oxide. Yeah, see, I gotta fill in all these damn holes. Silicon. Rock. Silicon. Oxide. Nitrice. They're everywhere until you need them. Knotters. Copper. Nitrice. Again. Yeah, you always find them when you're not looking for them, right? That's absolutely a freaking thing. Just clean that up. That looks like dookie. Hate floating dirt. Cobalt. How's the post-party recovery going? I'm fine now, dude. I still feel bad about yesterday. Like, it's just a complete dick to that guy. Like, basically on all fronts. And I'm like, you probably shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't be like that. That's not cool. I told the guy off, guys. Like, and I felt like a complete butthole. I did it because I really didn't feel good, but yeah. Some lead. There's a lead deposit right by the trench, so I might as well just have it shown. To be fair, he wasn't being all that helpful. Yeah, you're right, Hillness, but you know, like, that's not a good way to get more viewers, dude. That's not a good way to, that's not a good way to like, that's not a healthy way to have, like, your relationship with your chat unless you have that type of stream, and I don't think that I do. Happens to every streamer sometimes. Yeah, Kepsico. Dude, sometimes people just push your buttons and you're just, you know, everything. Like, you gotta keep your cool when you're streaming. You can't get mad at people. You cannot do it. That's like, no one wants to see me raging at some guy. Like, once again, unless that's your brand, right? Some streamers like doing that. Like, they, roasting viewers and stuff. And don't get me wrong, I do it, like, for fun, right? But yeah, for the vast majority of us, like, actually telling people off is not cool. People don't want to see that. But yeah, anyway. Not cool. You know what? I want to get rid of this, so. Load up the dirt canister. This is a mine that I no longer need. So yeah, with the dirt tool, you can fill this stuff in, which is super freaking useful. Take the dirt canister, dirt tool, put that back in there. Hey, Canuck, yeah. Hope you had a good Christmas. Yeah, Christmas was great, man. Thank you. How about you? Everything good? You stopped the miner? Yeah, for now. Just for now. Is the machine still on? Oh, I shut it off. The hell could be taking up all the power? Oh, the vending machine's on. Oh, no, it's not. Vending machine isn't on. Dish isn't on. That's not on. The launch pad isn't on. It's just the lights. Lights and a battery charger right now. And my logic. But I think that's it. Yeah, that's not on. Russell's mom is on? Damn. Turn the recycler off. Yeah, logic doesn't take anything to run. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, there was volatiles down here somewhere. Fill it back in. Be a good environmental steward. Don't be an environmental steward, though. Yeah. Alright, now we just gotta find some ice. Sun's coming up, too, which is good. That's nitrice. Oxide. That's nitrice. Oh, that's where the iron was. The sweet keyboard sounds. You like that? You need another battery to survive nights? Yep. Yeah, I think you might be right. Oxide. Yeah, Zitty's music. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It just works. Lots of good resources out here, just on a side note. On the north, this would be, yeah. North side of the base. There's plenty of good stuff out here. Not that I really need it because I have the drill. Nice. Yes. I think that's all of it. That's enough. Interesting game. It's your first time seeing it. Stationeers is a good time, man. All right. That should get us what we need. Head back to the base. So what do you think? More solar panels and maybe another battery? I think our power demand at night is kind of killing me. Oh, there was... Never mind. Look into the transformer so you can limit supply. Oh, there's more power here than when we came back, but that's because that thing decided to raise itself up into the sky. Yeah, DJ, it's a good game. Yeah, right, Platinum. Yeah, there you go. Dude, you're not wrong. Love that noise, dude. Man, that thing's going to town, huh? Yeah, look into stuff that helps food not spoil. Yep. That's why I'm kind of letting the plants, I'm letting the potatoes sit there, and when they need to be replanted, they, you know, replant them, and then, yeah. That's it. There's something, I know, there's a fridge. I have one right there. I just don't know what I need to make it work. It seems like with the fridge, you have to actually make the refrigeration for it, from what I can tell. The large refrigerator needs nothing to work. Oh. Just power? Well, that's a small one. Well. There's a container right there. But we can leave that in there like that. It won't melt. If it's in the container like that, the ice won't melt. I mean, I'm using technically just storing it in the pipes. It's not increasing the pressure, and this thing has an internal tank in it as well. I could fill up a water tank, though, if we need to. If we take these out for a second, put that in there, and then put it back. The large fridge is stupidly easy. Oh. Oh yeah, we got a storm outside, so got that going for us, which is nice. Alright. Might as well run that while we're in here. Actually, you know what? We don't. We don't need to. Shut that off. The Zigo Kool-Aid fridge is a self-contained storage device with 15 slots that preserves food when powered and turned on. While many users have complained about the placement of the power switch, its places in the pantheon of off-world whiteware is unquestioned. With its own permanent internal atmosphere, the Kool-Aid fridge slows the decay of food by maintaining an optimal internal temperature. Its power usage varies on the external temperatures against which it must balance its internal temperature. As such, it must shed heat to operate, so the Kool-Aid fridge does not work in a vacuum. Also, don't leave the door open, as it will equalize with the current world temperature and may start to beep. Well, that's off the table for now. Gotcha! Gotcha! Ha ha! Alright. I'm down with the quickness. Haha. Got the duct tape too. Canning the food is also an option. Cool. We'll wait till the storm's over. This is fine. You know what? I think I'll just look through. Ooh, a hard suit. Cool. Marine armor, marine helmet. Oh yeah, that's right. You can make weapons in this game. I forgot about that. I don't have the required DLC to print US overalls. Okay. That's a thing. Yeah, I know, Tessa. Yeah. An igniter. Flag, angle grinder. Hey, it's done. Alright, cool. Let's go, gotta go repair the solar panels. It's like we need more duct tape. In case the solar panel's in glass. And we could do that. Mark II duct tape.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Argadin, 8-month resub. Would putting a wall on the north side of the panels prevent the wind from hitting them? Not sure. Putting them in glass will do it though. Try. I don't think so. I think it needs to read an enclosure, dude. Pretty sure. Actually, you know what? I don't mind repairing them. It's just some duct tape every once in a while. Hey, Newmark, what's up, dude? We were adding another one though. That's what we were doing. We need a glass sheet and a kit, and a solar kit. We debated the machine, you see that? thought you were going to do a large fridge. Solar panels was on the docket before that. Ooh, heavy solar panel. Copper?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't have any copper? Really?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Lokatana 213 sub. And Dolbeeb 111112. Yo, yo, what's up, man? Send it. You never catch me, copper. Nickel, cobalt, lead, sliver. Is a heavy solar panel more power? Well, we got to do that. We got to do solar panel. We got to do the wind turbine. We got to do a bunch of stuff. You know what? Hang on. While we're here. Well, we're here and this thing's got some pressure in it. We'll make some steel. Really? Yeah, hungry? Have some of this, furnace man. Yeah, that's what I thought. Steal me. Wait. Yeah, shut up. We will put the steel in there. Probably put a chute for the input so you don't have to jump. That would make sense. All right. Man, these things get tons of freaking iron. Cobalt. I don't know what I'm going to do with that cobalt. I'm guessing you need it for for a certain alloy, but just building up stacks and stacks of resources, man. Fat stacks of, yeah, pretty much everything. All right, cool. All right, steely-eyed missile man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Iger 13-month resub. 13 equals 1 plus D equals 4. Mo streak 3.14 equals 3 dimensions of space plus 1 dimension of time. Yeah. No, Rostecky, I don't... Yeah, well, yeah, actually, they do. They do require steel. Yeah, I mean, the math checks out, I think. Write that down, write that down, write that down! We're gonna learn something new today. It's called math. Without it, none of us would exist. In before EJ realizes the solar panel is backwards. Yeah. Doesn't look backwards to me. Hey Clayton, what's up, man? Sweet. Okay, flip this stuff back on. We need more resources. Not a lot, just trying to stay warm, and I hope you had a great Christmas, question mark? Yeah, I did. Yeah, man, it's fun. You require more minerals. Insufficient no, you require more Vespine gas. You've not enough minerals. That's how it goes. You must construct additional pylons. Insufficient Vespine gas. Additional supply depots required. Ugh. What, you run out of Marines? This is crazy. Did we just start doing StarCraft? Quote? Alright. I'm not upset. You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up, good to go. Rock and roll. Battle cruiser operational. Hailing frequencies open.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Good day, Commander. Shields up. Weapons online. Higher gifted is subbed up. Flutie. In the rear with the gear. SCV, good to go, sir. Goliath online. We're just doing StarCraft now, just StarCraft quotes out of the blue. I mean, I'm not upset. Go ahead, TACOM. It is, Chief, but I'm just... Yeah, we'll just keep going with this for now. Yeah, sure. I mean, we could, dude, yeah. In the pipe, 5x5. Can I take your order? It's about damn time. What a good game, dude. I read you, sir. It's Jimmy Rayner here. Oh, good times, man. Actually, StarCraft 2, watching StarCraft 2 streams is what introduced me to Twitch, dudes. Well, it was Justin TV at the time. Yeah, it blew my freaking mind that you could just watch the pros play, like when they would practice and stuff. It was really cool. GOM TV. Oh, man. Dude. Is GOM still around? I don't think... GOM, that's gotta be gone. There's no way. Yeah. Watch a lot of TB, Husky, HD, Day 9, Tastosis. Yeah, that's what got me on Twitch originally, dudes. I've met those dudes. Yeah, Artosis and Tasteless. Met both of them. Actually, no, I don't... No. Yeah, maybe... Yes, Tasteless once. I think I got his autograph once. But believe it or not, dude, that was before I started streaming. So, yeah, I got their autograph somewhere. Just don't know where... I think that's still at my folks' house. Husky gave up on content creation? Yeah. How do you refill the water bottle to the potatoes? A water filler, right here. Yeah, 2010 to 2012, dude. Yeah, like I said, that's what got me on Justin TV. You have TV's autograph. That's cool, man. From MLG Anaheim. Yeah. They still go GSL, but I believe it's Africa, Korean Twitch. Yeah, okay, not GOM. Man. I can get more seeds from a trader, yeah. Alright. Cool. Solar panel is all up and running for now. Alright, what was the next thing? I think the next thing I wanted to do was make a wind turbine. Like a big boy wind. Oh, that's just vented some atmosphere. Well, I'm sure that's fine. Whatever. I have a Jim McMahon autograph from the Bears in the 80s. Oh, that's cool. The Bears. Kit wind turbine. Alright, cool. Send it. It's going to use up a lot of my Electrum. In Control. I met In Control, Imperator. I met that dude. Yeah, met him at PAX one time. Shook his hand, got his autograph. So that's one of like my prized possessions, actually. Not for the right reasons, but yeah, dude. That sucks, man. It sucks so hard. That screwed with me a little bit because like watching those StarCraft 2 streams is part of the reason why I was like, dude, I should do this. Like, that's cool. I would love to do this. I would love to get paid to play video games all day. You know? So yeah,
Discovery,
when he
go and
when he
throttle up.
passed, that really kind of hit home. I was like, oh man, that really sucks. It did, and you know what? It did. It freaking sucked. It was terrible. Now you get paid to play video games. Yeah, but yeah, it's part of the reason. Kyron, 30-month resub. Thank you. Oh. No. Where did I put the other wind turbine? I just blanked for a second because I was thinking about it in control. Did I throw it off the side? Where the heck did it go? Henry Winkler, that's funny. The little heavy cable in the corner.
Discovery, go and
You think
throttle up.
that's doing it? All right, well, let me get my wires out. You got one turbine that's still in the printer. Yeah, but I had a smaller wind turbine up here, and I deconstructed it, and then I put it somewhere. Like, I thought I threw it. Maybe I did. It doesn't matter. We gotta change the batteries on the arc welder. I get paid to gobble up fruit snacks.
Anti-critical.
Cool. Swap the battery out. Close, lock helmet. Yeah, we got 80% on Falcon Heavy. Yeah, Falcon Heavy is going to be launching a space shuttle tonight. There's a little mini space shuttle inside of it called the X-37. It's the OTV-7 mission, SF-52, which is super freaking cool. Coil? Super freaking cool. I guess I typed coil at the same time and my brain just said coil. Yeah, it's super coil. All right. Yeah, we'll just make that a thing now. French Invader, another dude. What did I do?
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
That dude, you've gifted like 20 subs
Discovery,
today, man.
go and throttle up.
Thanks for the 5, man. I appreciate it. I heard in a Spanish channel that they are gifting Game Pass, Minecraft, and other things if you gift like 2 subs. I'm not sure if it applies to the US. I didn't hear anything about that, but then again, I don't usually participate in stuff like that, dude. Nope. Fat fingered the keyboard. That's what happens when your pointer finger is on the Q key.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Zebby DeVille, 13-month resub. Keep up the amazing content. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, is that turbine a 2x2 object? It looked to be 3x1, actually. But it actually is generating power, from what I can tell.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Version. What's up, man? 80-month resub. Who's this handsome fellow? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You can't see me, right? Like in my camo. Is the X-37 going to geostationary transfer? Clembo, from what I can tell, it looks to be a Molina orbit, a lightning orbit, 48 degrees inclined with apogee near geosynchronous. So, I mean, that is a transfer orbit, but generally, like geostationary transfer orbit, it usually happens at a lower inclination than that. 48 degrees inclined is peculiar, to say the least. I'm wondering how they're going to get it back. How are you going to get that back? Did I... Thank you. I'll make sure to read better next time. I'm going to take a guess that you have an Android phone. Nope. No, I have an old iPhone. Yeah, exactly, Aqualex. Okay, so the wind turbine, we got a big boy wind turbine up. Next thing I'm going to do is fill in these, this part of the trench system right near the base. I'm going to need to go find some dirt. So I'm going to flatten out this, I've been planing out off the terrain here. Yeah, I've been planing the terrain so we could have a nice flat area around the base. I don't need just random freaking holes to fall into. That's the next task. We're making good work today, dudes. Load the dirt cartridge back up. There is iron here, but we don't need that. The miner's gonna take care of all that. Oh, we're out again. You gotta keep getting dirt, it'll fill up the canister. Base is looking good. Thanks, man. Well, appreciate it. I had help. I had help, though, you know? This thing is so useful. I always hated having a bunch of holes that you don't need around the base. So, like, I remember when we did, like, Stationeers multiplayer, I would be like, don't mine here. Don't mine near the damn base. I don't care how rare the resource is that we have near us. Don't do it. But then they added this, so I don't have to worry about it as much anymore. Is that a level 2 mining drill? Yes, it is. Oh, that's satisfying. Tell me that's not satisfying. That's not satisfying as frick. It absolutely is. That's not satisfactory? Oh. Sweet. We should start filling this one in as well. But I suppose we'll go to fill the one on the other side first. No more stupid holes near the base. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Metroid. Yeah, you got it, man. I don't have to worry about that crap no more. Put the dirt canister in here. Switch tools. Space Morgan Freeman is starting to get a little bit thirsty. Level the mountain? No. Nah, that's okay. I don't think we should do that. I don't think we need to go that crazy. plane this out here. It's a little bit of a process to move all this stuff around, but there's a tunnel down here that I dug. It's directly underneath, or no, it's one off my main trench. Whatever, it's getting dark now. It's good enough for now. Put that in there. Switch to that. Shut that off. Put that in there. Nice. We got a nice solid area here. And at the end of the day, the power is still in the green. Excellent. Terraforming cost in this game. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, right. What do you think you're playing? Cities or something? Dude, I still... So, yeah, one of my cousins plays Cities. I have a lot of those. And he was like, I have $2 billion and I can't fail no matter what I do. How did, like, I go, yeah, oh yeah, I only have like 300 grand. And he's like, how did you do that? I go, built stuff and then immediately deleted it to not float such a high amount of money. And then guess what? The thing that he asked me right after that was, hey, how do I disable government subsidies? I'm like, God, told you. He's like, I can't get them to go away. Even if I'm like way in the profit, I'm like, yeah, interesting. That's weird. That's a mystery, which I thought was super funny. Wait, EJ's back? EJ, yeah, EJ's here. Hello. What's up, Hokey? I streamed yesterday and I'm streaming today, and then I'm gonna do GTA on Saturday. And yeah, then we'll hit back to our regular schedule. After that. I'm just having some fun playing Stationeers right now. Have a good holiday? Yeah, man, it was great. Just fine. I got to talk about cities with my relatives, dude. All right. So we got a wind turbine, solar, all up and running. What else did we need to do? I got the portable light going. I think that's... Did I actually get everything done that I wanted to get done today? I think the next thing would be like working on shoots and stuff. Oh yeah, the weather station. Thank you. Thanks for giving me something to do. Give me something to do. And another battery. Yep. I think I'll wait on another battery until I expand the base again, because it's starting to get crowded in there. And the fridge. Yeah, that's right. Station batteries? What are those? I'm not familiar.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Somebody gifted a sub to give me something to do. I've been watching Ned Luke, aka Michael DeSanta from GTA 5. He talks a lot about making the game. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. GTA 5. Yeah. That's neat. Yeah, Creeper. Yep. You want to filter the gases. Yep. Batteries actually perform better in the vacuum. Yarp. Narp. Yarp. I need an in-game screen to write a to-do list. Yeah, right. I know what you mean. Steam has an overlay that allows you to add notes. Cool. Yeah, the to-do list in Satisfactory was clutch.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Caligula, 95-month resub. Thanks, buddy. The hell does this thing do? Will it just sound off when there's a storm coming? Or do I have to, I'm assuming I have to hook it up to a data screen. Oh, there it goes. Cool. Yeah, the blueprints are a good time. Yellow light means there's a storm coming. Oh, alright, cool. That's green, right? It's flash. Yeah, it's showing green. Okay, cool. Alright, let's get some steel frames. Weather station is good. There was another thing that I needed to do, but... you guys told me what it was, and I forgot what it was. It's hard to keep track of things in this, dude. Like your to-do list, right? Oh yeah, the fridge. Hey, there's even a fridge! You could put 6 packs of soda in there. I need iron, gold, copper, and steel. You know what? All right. Okay. Putting the fridge on the back burner. No, you guys will notice it. Don't worry. You never lay notepad to make a to-do list. Nah, I'm good. No, I don't think I will. Ten steel sheets. Yeah, Clayton, that's cool. Do you plan on streaming on day 1 or 2 of January? 2. New Year's Day off. Chat is my to-do list, exactly. Haven't you figured that out? You're my notepad. Deal with it. Yeah, I don't know how I like that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Probably don't. Jinzer uses. Thanks, buddy. Gifted a sub to Zimbal. Have you ever played Satisfactory? Yeah, dude. Oh, absolutely. So, Ginger, I know you came in from Cities, if I'm remembering right. You came in from the Cities crowd? Dude. I play Satisfactory like I play Cities. Oh, yeah. I have a gigantic factory, dude. Was it Starfield? It was Starfield. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. It was Starfield. You're right. That's right, dude. Yeah. You came in when I was freaking talking like this the entire time. You know how freaking long it took to freaking not talk like this for the, like, just off of work? It took freaking forever. Yeah, dude. I play Satisfactory. Freaking took freaking forever, guy. Yeah. I'll show you. I'll show you it. I don't know when. Soon. Like, we'll play it. We'll play Satisfactory. It is, dude, I have a monster factory. My whole point was to try and push Satisfactory to the limit. And for the longest time, I pushed it to the limit, and then they released the Unity 5 update, and now I can't get the game to lag. So, you know, I don't know how to feel about that, but yeah, that's what I'm doing, Ginger. Yeah. Sorry about not remembering that right. I'm usually way better about that. Yeah, the devs are doing too good of a job. Hey, it's my job to break it, man. It's what I do. Just put it on a server. I'm stoked. 300 hours in. 300 hours in a month. It does that. Yeah. I think the last thing I did was work on my rail automation. Dude, I have a railway. I built out a railroad track. And yes, just like... I was about to say Cities again, but yeah, in case if you were here for Cities, you saw I built the tracks all flat. I tried to figure out a way where the train would go over the least amount of elevation. It does go up, but like I make sure to grade my train tracks and stuff so the trains can move faster. I have a railway that goes across the entire map. It goes from the oil fields on the left side of the map to the desert on the right side of the map where my factory is. My refineries are... It looks like Jersey up in there. I have like arrays of freaking refineries, dude. You're one of the few people to complain about getting better performance. Yeah. Speaking of factory games, I know you're afraid of getting sucked in, but the new DSP update is amazing. Oh, not the Dyson Sphere, dude. Oh boy. Oh, you're a Twitch streamer? Name every viewer. I'm usually pretty good about remembering who's here and who isn't and who came in at different times. Ginger did come in during Starfield, I remember now. I mean, that's easy to say after you said it, but yeah, I do remember, dude. Yeah. I remember us having pretty distinct conversations about what, how we should spec the character out and stuff. I do remember that. It took you to remind me to remember that, but hey, whatever. It works. But yeah, it's easy to get sucked into that game. That's why I take it in moderation. I usually play it when an update comes out, Ginger. KSP2 Neptune 1. I already built Triton, man. That's already done. We launched it last week. I didn't build Neptune, I built Triton, the bigger version. 10-meter core. Oh yeah. It's a freaking monster. It's up on in the Discord, the KSP2 craft file share that channel in my Discord. Yeah, if you want to go in there. I missed it? Dang it. Oh, don't worry. We'll use Triton again. With the auto struts, Triton actually holds together. So we could just yeet like 500-ton things into space. Right now, I have a science mode save going creeper where we're using Jebstone C. Well, Jebstone 3. The one that's made out of a bunch of smaller rockets. And I basically designed the lifter, and I've been using it well into tier 2 because I don't need another lifter. I got here for the Kraken Tech shuttle doors action. Yep. Yeah, you can never get into this game. Yeah, MacV, I know what you mean. Dude, I was the same way. And then I kind of just powered through. right? Actually, the challenge of surviving off one potato actually kind of... I was like, okay, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, right? And that's actually what, like, forced me into the mid-game. Once you get into the mid-game, you can start doing some really cool stuff, like the mining rig. I don't need to mine it anymore. Now what I need to do is figure out... We need some furnaces, right? To get this all working. And, yeah, go from there. It's multiplayer too, Phoenix. But yeah, you can play it that way. Crack an arm to build the space station. That was so difficult, sweet. How much solar do you have? 5 panels, Tyler. Blue. 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 Thank you. This thing, the 2 centrifuges, take up a lot of power, along with the mining rig. How much can that produce? Once the solar panel picks up the sun, each one of these produces about 500 watts. So, 5 times 5, so 2,500 kilowatts. That's... That's okay. Why not add logic control for the solid generator? Yeah, we could. We could do some logic for it. I'd have to probably... I'd probably have to have it find another home here. Because laying out all the logic for that thing could be a pain in the butt. When's the Falcon Heavy launch, Dingo? About 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. Potato! It should be a simple memory. You guys must be getting confused. Either that or I didn't say it right. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying the logic is going to be difficult. I'm saying I got to find a home for all of it. Is the solid fuel generator even being used anymore? I don't think solar is enough to offset everything that I'm using, Syrian, but I'd be curious to just kind of let it ride. That and the wind turbine up there. The wind turbine is actually generating some good power. That thing is really spinning. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's just nice to have a backup in place. Exactly. More solar and more batteries. Warhead never seen this game before? Stationeers is fun, man. It's a survival game. Space survival game. That's still, weather station's still showing green, so. Good yields. Put a couple more batteries down to take care of the overcharge during the storm. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Kinda wanted to extend the solar arrays, but there's a freaking huge hole right here. I want to finish filling that stupid thing in. Alright, I'll do that now. It's so, just so I can extend my solar. I mean, if any, you know, if not for anything else. Let's keep doing that. I mean, there is an iron deposit down here, but who cares? We don't need that no more. We got a piece of equipment to do our job for us. Also, yeah, ooh, yeah, we're gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. Yeah. Trying to level out the area, at least grade it a little bit. Okay, take the dirt canister, shut that off, flip over to the dirt tool. Flip this back on. God, this is so cool. I'm so into this. Oh, Professor. The professor will help. Good news, everyone. I've devised a tool to take Martian dirt and put it over there. Good news! It's a suppository. I can't swallow that. Good luck. You're gonna go home from work. All right, Ren. Safe drive home, dude. Oh, Hokey retrieved ad time and rolled 18. I'll see you in a second. Well, I'm gonna stand up and stretch for a second while we're waiting.
Discovery, go and
Hokey
throttle up.
gifted 20 subs. Jeez.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Grab a coffee. No, I'm good, man. Good. I got enough sleep. 1 cup of coffee is enough today. Just. Fruit snack? Fruit snack time? Now that's something I can get behind. Hope you have a good rest of your holiday. Thanks, Hokie. I appreciate it for the 20. Thanks for all the support. Have a fruit snack. No? I'm fine. More for me then. Hey, look at them nice shoes. Hey, buddy. Those are some nice shoes. Wofford. They're real comfortable. Take them off. Let me see them. One or two more times doing this and we should be good. Should probably invest in more dirt canisters too, just so we're not wasting so much time switching between equipment. So, because we got the mining tool out, guys, I'm filling in this gigantic hole that's next to my base so we can build more base. Buttery biscuit base. Yeah, these are the remnants of an old mine here. Also, I want to extend my solar panels out, too. Public, 65 months. Been through a lot, but more importantly, how's your mother? Right? How's your mother? Crunchy, nutty, slimy. Base knowledge. That mutes the, Tessa, that mutes the doesn't mute the VOD, but it's no good for YouTube re-upload. Actually, you know what? It does, that's right, Drummer told me it does mute the VOD, and that's just a damn shame. That's such a good song. I like the bass. I like the buttery biscuit bass knowledge. And then, bam, in comes the wobble. Maybe use it as an outro so it doesn't matter. Maybe just don't use it. If it's gonna mute on Twitch, it'll claim on YouTube, and I don't want that. Man, this thing fills up with dirt real quick. Nice. We never talk about my freaking Navy. Ooh, Navy SEALs. They always pick the most intellectually devoid films on Iraqs. You know what people I could do without? The people in the video store. You sell hubcaps for 72 Pinto hatchback? Ooh, mini check magazine. Okay. Now we can just plane this one out here. Get rid of this lump right there. Go back into the terrain editor here. Load the dirt canister. Oh, this tool is the best, man. So nice. Actually, yeah, that was some terrain that I didn't need to. There we go. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. That should give us enough. Sei troppo magro. Mangia, mangia. Yeah. Yep. Hey, you gotta eat, dude. You never eat. You never eat anything. You don't eat enough. Cool. Now we have room to add a lot more stuff. Look at all this room for activities, chat. Man, the amount of activities we could do in here is making my head spin. When do you plan on getting multicasting into YouTube figured out? I worked out exactly what you need to do. It's just a case of putting the time aside to do it. I'll talk to you about that. I'll talk to you about that in a probably. I'm not gonna say this weekend, drummer, but probably soon. Sooner rather than later, dude. Yeah, I want to get that figured out. Nice gold deposit here. That's kind of good. Just gotta clean this area up. There we go. Perfect. Now look at this. No, Ciantic, they rescinded it. You can multicast. Yeah. Yeah, I can multicast if I want to. I'm, like, from a technical standpoint, we're ready to go with it, Drummer. I know that. I understand. I've been reading it, but, I've been reading chats and stuff. But, that, well, that's the thing that's kind of jarring on me a little bit. Chats. How am I going to keep up with 2? It's tough enough to keep up with 1. I'm going to need to have another... I'm going to need another monitor. Not windy. Just ignore us. Nope. Just ignore the YouTube chat. Ignoring chat usually doesn't end well. I know from experience, dude. If you know what I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Also, the mod series on YouTube leave a lot to be desired. Cirrus, isn't that what you switched to? Didn't you switch to doing YouTube stuff? For a little while? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. For a full year. I will not ignore this chat. I'm just having my mods wrangle a YouTube chat and a Twitch chat at the same time might be asking a little bit much. Just one more screen, bro. Please, just one more screen, bro, please. But yeah, Drummer, we should get that ready for 2024. Oh, that's where that damn thing went. I was wondering. I was like, I had another wind turbine, I swear. Okay, yeah, I wanted to basically extend this platform, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Power low.
I've made too many. Nice. Now we got a #1 victory royale. Sorry, I won't do that again. Now we got a nice area to mess around with. We could just use that to fill in the steel frames down here. There we go. Excellent. All right, let's go inside for the night. Shut that off.
Oxygen critical.
You've been working on your sky crane in KSP2. Nice. Looks good. Grid fins. Huh.
Anti-critical.
We're gonna need filters soon. Are you using the O2 with your helmet visor open? Yeah, I should shut the suit off. Look, twins. Yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah. There's the the lower aft segment of the 2 SRBs for Artemis 2. This is in the this is the rotating processing solid rocket facility, the RPRSF. Or the RPSRF. The rotating and processing solid rocket motor facility, RPRSF. Twins, Basil, twins. Yeah. You could see this part. See this part right here? A lot of explosion comes out of that part. Just hopefully not right now. There's people around. Maybe later. Like, yeah. Yeah. Hey, fellas. I have a question. Just speaking of rockets. Hopefully it doesn't take out the elevator again. Yeah. A lot of you guys have been linking up that Real Engineering video. The Real Engineering one where he talks about the space shuttle. I watched a bit of that. Did that guy say that the shuttle does a roll program because they can't rotate the shuttle on the pad? Did... Okay, just wanted to make sure I wasn't having a stronk. That got a little bit, my jimmies were a little rustled by that one. Also, he was talking, in the video, the guy was talking about external tank production and showing pictures of the core stage. He was like, oh yes, NASA uses big oxygen and hydrogen tanks in the form of an external tank for the space shuttle. Literally showed SLS core stage parts. I'm like, Did you leave a comment? No. No, I did not. I that channel's usually really good. Yeah. That part was not good. Yeah. I was a little taken aback by that. That was kind of surprising. Yeah, okay, cool. It wasn't just me that was like, excuse me? We're still showing green. Usually much better with his videos. I didn't mention that one for you because that video had a fair amount of backsliding on his research. Dude, it's... Yeah, it was, Yeah, Waffle had it on the stream, and I'm like, he had it on, and I was lurking in Waffle's stream, and I said something. I'm like, no, Waffle, no. And Waffle's like, yeah, that didn't seem right. I'm like, no. Everyone's like, hey, EJ, how you doing, man? What's up? I'm like, no, shut up. No. I'm busy being pissed right now, can't you see? Yeah, that is pretty much how that went down. And they're like, oh my gosh, EJ's here. I'm like, no, shut up. No. It's wrong. It's wrong! Yeah, exactly, Audrey, I was just, no. I'm like, no. How many subs is it? I'm like, we should make a channel. Kix, you just finished the Lego Concorde build you got for Xmas from the Wi-Fi. Nice. Very nice. Nice. Yeah, Audrey, that's fair. Response video, do it. No. Response video is for 20-something TikTok influencers. I don't do that. I'll just make my own video with Blackjack. And facts, yeah. No, I don't know. I have a lot on my plate right now. Putting together a video like that and doing it right would take some time, but with Blackjack and space shuttles, dude, I couldn't do it. I'm like, there's no way this is real. There's no way. Roll, yep. Yeah, because they can't turn the pad. I'm like, whoa, pal, we gotta talk. We gotta talk about your flare. That thing's still showing green. Start pooping. Okay, you poop. That's a lot of poop. We had a lot of iron. Out of curiosity, why do they do a roll program instead of angling the pad? It pays to integrate the vehicle every time. Also, the shuttle doesn't go to the same orbit every time, dude. The shuttle sometimes goes into an orbit that's a lot more tilted than other times. That's the big one. It's not always going to roll in the same exact direction. That is why they do the roll program. And it's easier to put the rocket together and reduces pad complexity if you build it the same way and put it on the pad in the exact same way every time. Repetition is what works in the aerospace industry, dude. Does that help? Why no Soyuz pad? You want to make something that weighs 8 million pounds? Rotate? Have fun with that. Think about it. Shuttle's liftoff thrust is somewhere in the ballpark of like 6.5 million pounds of thrust, which means that the shuttle weighs a little bit less than that, so that's 6 million pounds, and it's a super complicated vehicle. Why would you build a pad to rotate? Remember, you got to transport the shuttle with the solid rocket boosters fully fueled, so not 6 million pounds total, but it's pretty damn close, right? Because the hydrogen doesn't weigh that much, right? That's not as much mass as the solid rocket boosters, right? Because it's an upper stage technically. So think about like a Soyuz rocket, which is all liquid fuel, right? And moving a pad like that wouldn't be that big of a deal. Soyuz is probably super light when it doesn't have fuel in it. Now think about the space shuttle. 2 huge solid rocket motors, right? Think about how much that weighs. Now build a pad to try and rotate that amount of mass. Frick that. Way too complicated. Way too complicated. And also, the shuttle already needs advanced thrust vector control. It already needs advanced thrust vector control to make up for the fact that there's a huge orbiting vehicle on the side. So you already have that thrust vector control on tap to be able to maneuver like that. Why would you add complication to that by making a rotatable pad? Screw that. That's a waste of time. Even the pad that was like, you know, one could make the argument that 39A was built for the Saturn V, right? So first of all, the shuttle's probably heavier than, well, it's not heavier, it's close. Shuttle's almost as heavy as the Saturn V because solid rocket boosters, right? Solids are more dense than liquids. Fun fact, right? So one can make the argument that they retrofitted 39A because it was already built for the Saturn V. However, in the early 80s, when the Air Force was going to build a pad for the space shuttle out at Vandenberg Air Force Base, they came to the exact same conclusion. They built a pad where you build the shuttle out first. You just build the shuttle in the exact same way every time, and the shuttle would just do a roll program. See? Meaning that basically takes the theory that they are just retrofitting Saturn V pads for the shuttle, and the shuttle has to do a roll program. That basically takes that theory and puts it right to bed, because a brand new shuttle pad was engineered in the early 80s, and they built it the exact same way, building the orbiter in the same exact way, fixed in a position every time. And the shuttle would have had to do a roll program out of Vandenberg to get where it needed to go. Why did we never see a shuttle launch at Vandenberg? Challenger happened and the Air Force pulled out of the program in 1986. Oops. Does that help? Any city streams coming in the next days? Better, yeah, dude. We'll next week. We'll jump back into cities. Does that make sense? If Challenger didn't happen, guys, the shuttle would be flying on the frequency of Falcon 9. It would have basically have done that in the 80s, in the late 80s. But yeah, that was a good question. Nader, does that help? So that's why, dude, like, a lot of people get confused. They're like, oh, you shouldn't do a roll program. You should rotate the pad. No. That's... No. Absolutely. Right on, man. Right on. Yeah. The shuttle already has that thrust vector control on tap. Most rockets do. Every rocket's going to need roll stabilization. Why build a pad that rotates? Now, a little bit of additional addendum to that. The Soyuz FG rocket still uses a rotatable pad. Actually, FG is on its way out. It was replaced with 21A and 21B, but that's another story, right? And then later Soyuz MS, right? Those are all just different variations of Soyuz. The FG rocket still has a rotatable pad. Now, why did it have a rotatable pad? It had a rotatable pad because of the limitations of guidance systems from the early parts of the space program. The guidance system wasn't good enough to do something like that. So they rotated the pad, and the rocket would only have to worry about roll and pitch, and that's about it. The limitations of guidance at the time is what made it do that. But yeah, no one does that. Not even the Russians. The Russians have the newer versions of Soyuz launching on their launch pads, and the pads are turnable. They don't turn them. There's no point. You no need to. The guidance system will handle it. The rocket already needs roll control, so just launch it, and then it turns, and then it goes where it needs to go. But sometimes where it needs to go is not the same direction. Yaw and pitch. Yeah. You know what I meant. Yeah, hammering in the guidance system the wrong way is... Yeah. Hey, we're blue. Nice. I was going to add 2 more solar panels. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I need some glass, and we need some solar. And the reason why I offloaded my resources is so we could make more. We have plenty of steel. Oh, we're gonna need more. Steel, gold, and copper. Okay, so copper, gold, and then we'll make the steel in a second. Oops. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Oh. I burn. Fuel is pumping engines, burning hard, loose, and clean. Sorry. I thought you were building wind turbines. I did build a wind turbine. We need to make more steel. So close up that. Your miner is still off. Oh. Whoop. That's why we went into the blue. Thanks, man. I did find the second turbine, but it's a tiny turbine. It's a little tiny PP turbine. We don't want that. That's the one I had up there before. Screw that thing. One nuclear reactor. I'd have to figure out how to make that. You say sorry, but I'm sure you're not. Shut up, Plius. I was popping in before I jump back into Stationeers to say I hope you have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thanks, buddy. Wind turbine question. Is it better to have a lower pressure but higher speed air or lower... Wind turbine question. Is it better to have a lower pressure but higher speed air or lower speed air and higher pressure for rotating the turbine? So... The second one, dude. The reason why it's the second one is because the wind turbines are often geared. They're attached to a reduction gear. Actually, it's not a reduction. It's an increase. It's a ratio increase. There's a gearbox in there, right? So a wind turbine doesn't really need to spin really fast. Because it doesn't need to spin really fast, right? You want lower speed air at higher pressure to really get those arms to work. And then that'll end up spinning at spinning a generator at super high RPM after it goes through reduction. Sea Kraken, it's the opposite of a turboprop. Think a turboprop, like the turbine spins at really high speed and the propeller spins at low speed. It's the reverse of that. So the second one, dude. Final answer. But I would also say, like, if we're going to be super technical here, depends on your blade. It depends on the blade, depends on how many blades you have. You don't really need a wind turbine to spin very fast, right? It's not designed to spin fast. So you're not going to need to worry about the thing making drag, right? So higher pressure air, keeping that thing moving at a constant speed is what generates the most power. It's a conservation of momentum problem. Pressure or speed doesn't matter as much as just pure mass flow. Exactly, Rose. Yeah, you're exactly right. That's why I said, like, higher pressure, because the arms have insane moment and the RPM isn't high. So higher pressure would move more mass over the blades, right? And you don't need to worry about the blades being slowed down by drag because it doesn't spin very fast. See last. How to hack your way to space. What is this, W? You linked this yesterday. I don't know what this is. Those panels might be backwards. Oh, gosh. Data. Nope. They're right. Wind turbines have brakes on them so they don't spin too fast. Nodders. I talk about launching small sats. Oh, that's neat. Cool, man. Almost done. Is that the Aqualex? Is that the video when with the horses running away because the noise that it makes, dude? I've seen that. If that's the one, I've seen that one before, dude. Oh my goodness. It's actually kind of scary. You don't think so? Let me see. Oh, dude. You know what's crazy about this? It hits a resonant frequency and the thing just destroys itself. Watch, it'll just blow up. This is when the brakes on the windmill fail. Or the wind turbine fail. Watch this. I've never seen this particular one. I know what's going to happen, though. You know what? I don't even know if it's a resonant frequency. Just rather than you're hitting tensile load on the blades and it just blows it up. Crazy, right? You want sound? Oh, okay. That happens when pitch control on the propeller fails. Yikes. Yeah, see? Look. See what I mean? It just delaminated the blade instantly. Is that crazy? Do you know how much force you need to do something like that to a propeller? Let alone a propeller blade that's like 6 stories tall. That's ridiculous. Yeah, see? They just delaminate. It's just bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you later. What's crazy about that, dudes, is that it delaminated on its longitudinal axis. Look at that. See how it cracks into 2? It delaminated on the long axis. You think it would just shear right there. You could definitely see some shear force there because the thing can't move that entire blade. The blade has too much moment for this RPM. And but see how it shears into 2 freaking pieces? That's crazy. The Flutter calls torsional delamination. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, Flutter. Flutter scares the balls out of me, dude. Do large wind turbines have to deal with the same issue that are found in turboprops where where part of the time the blade is in a higher stress environment compared to when it's going top or bottom? What do you think? Why do you think they put rotor brakes on them, dude? Look. Dude, look at that. That's crazy. These turbine blades are 15 meters. They're yeah. No, 30 meters long. Rain. That's a 30-meter radius there. Why don't they make vertical windmills instead? Because the wind blows sideways, not up and down? I lost one of my RC turbines to elevator flutter. Still don't know why it happened. Could just be turbulent air, Nader. Yeah. Flutter basically happens, guys, if too much air is going over a wing and the structure of that wing can't take it. What it's going to do is cause the wing to do this. It's going to twist. The wing will do this, and it'll start twisting back and forth, and then it'll just explode. Yeah, it'll just explode. You're exceeding the torsional load cycle of a wing, meaning the wing can only do this so many times before it'll just break. Think about it like if you have like a can right here, an aluminum can. You do this. You do this to the tab. This is aluminum. I mean, it's not aircraft grade aluminum, but it's the same idea. It'll break after a certain amount of cycles. Flutter does that to wings. It'll make wings explode. Like, bye-bye. Like, here's your wing. Here isn't your wing. Enjoy. It's beer grade aluminum. Precisely. They're looking at having 100-meter blades soon. That's cool, but you know what's cooler? Nuclear. Score. This is your wings. This is your wing on drugs. Any questions? Well, there are vertical axis wind turbines, guys.
Waste tank.
That's like you'd need an updraft wind turbine. Those are a thing. They're just only used in certain scenarios.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
It's pronounced nuclear. No, it's not updraft. I suppose there's the like a helical wind turbine. Are we counting one of those as that? How about instead of building a lot of little turbines, we build one giant one?
Air tank critical.
Okay, we're gonna... I need filters. We gotta go into the pipe bender and we need filters. That's 4.48 megapascals. That's fine. Just flip that off for now. We don't need that. Cool. Flip the suit back on. Close helmet. Lock helmet. Hello, Flykin. With sound. It's a wild sound, right? It's such a low frequency noise. It's very... very weird. Why are you just a floating head? Oh, I'm testing out a new green screen for science.
Filter low.
What's this? Oh yeah, that. Oh, look at that thing. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I see what they're doing. Man, that's almost like a helicopter. You can change the. Yeah, I see it. That's cool. Neat. It's different, but I know you got a stream to run. All good, man. Alles ist gut. Just leave that in there for now. Filters are good. Do you have to learn science to play this game? Newmark, yeah, a little bit. You need to know basic physics. I would say high school physics would probably do you right, dude. What really makes this game good is IC. There's like Lua built into the game, dude, and then there's logic chips that you can put in, right? And Newmark, that's where I think you will thrive there. You can code whatever you want. You can automate all these systems via code, which is, that's what I see it is. It's MIPS, not Lua. It's like assembly. Oh, thanks, Bolting. I was thinking of Stormworks. Sorry about that. But yeah, dude. Yeah. With some basic knowledge of physics and a good knowledge of software, you can make whatever the hell you want in this game, dude. No. No, you. Yeah, that's what Rhino linked while you were typing that out. I saw it, man. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know those existed. But also no. No. Hey, Racer, what's going on, man? Yeah, you need to be good at thermo for this game. Like, I've always said, like, if you're good at HVAC in real life, you'll probably be good at this game. But then again, nobody that's good at HVAC probably plays Stationeers because they probably do it every day. That shadow up against the wall was freaking me out for a second. Sorry, didn't mean to be that negative. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. I know you're not being like, no, that's not right. I get it. It's all good, man. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to give you crap. But I would expect it in return. Like, if you don't give me crap on how I use a flat... Oh, wait. That already happened. You know, they also say no one who wants to drive a truck would play ETS. Yeah, Karis... Yeah, I suppose you shouldn't make a sweeping generalization like that, right? The guy I know that was on the original SR-71 crew passed last night. He was a good guy. Respect, man. That sucks. It sucks to see the old timers go, man. It's not cool. I don't like it at all. Yeah, Red, right? That's true. Keep giving me crap on that one. I want to keep from being that negative when trying to teach. Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks, right? It's not as easy as it looks, is it? I'd like to think we've honed it down pretty good here, but yeah. In Stationeers, where does the water come from? Planet has no rain. Ice. We need to find ice, girl. Yeah, see, here we go. Almost 500 watt per panel. Those are really good solar panels. You want a 4-minute break for an engine test. Is this the RDE engine test? It is the RDE engine test. Hell, I showed this on stream, dude. You see this thing? Unfreaking believable. The test is 420 seconds. Or 4 minutes, 20 seconds. That's wild, man. Dude, an annular thrust chamber rocket just looks weird to begin with. Look at this thing, though. The ATM machine test, Tessa. Your mom must be really proud of you, Noah. We're not, though. Sorry, pal. What is this thing? So, Thailand, that's a detonating rocket engine. Most rocket engines use chemical chemical deflagration, which is a fancy way of saying combustion. So, what a rocket does is not that far off from like what a jet engine does, or from a car, like what a car engine does. You're combining fuel and oxidizer to make an explosion, to make something combust, to make something move, right? That all centers around combustion. Combustion or deflagration is subsonic explosions. That's the long story short. When you get combustion, the pressure wave that shoots out from the energy release, right, is subsonic, going slower than the speed of sound, right? NASA and a few other people are working on what's called RDEs, rotating detonator engines. Those, long story short, make a detonation. When something detonates, it's the pressure wave that comes out is going faster than the speed of sound. We're talking a pressure wave that's past transonic, so plus it's going faster than Mach 1.2, right? Detonation engines could offer insanely high, amongst other things, we're talking like maybe a 20 to 30% increase in like specific impulse here. You were a crazy big optimization and efficiency for a rocket motor. So think about like a hydrogen rotating detonation engine getting like 600-700 seconds specific impulse. Now why? Why is it so much more efficient? Well, the name of the game with rockets is how much of the fuel that you put in there can you combust? Can you explode and make gases accelerate faster out the back? And if this thing can do it past transonic, right? Because it's detonating instead of combusting, you can accelerate air. You could accelerate gases out the back way faster, like way faster than a rocket engine. That will translate to efficiency increases, like across the board. Stream chat 76 months, and James with a 51 month. Thank you. All right, drummer. Good night. I've seen the light of Stroopwafel, and it is good. And yeah, that's cool. So NASA is working. NASA is working with detonation engines here for tests. I mean, dude, look at how crisp and how sharp that the exhaust is coming out of this. You see how defined it is? But look at it. It's very well defined exhaust, but it's also blurry. It's blurry. Now, what happens when you film something with a camera and your shutter speed is, you have like say you're using NTSC 24, right? 24 frames a second. Stuff that you wave is going to be blurry, right? When you move real quick, look at the exhaust. The exhaust look like it's motion blurred. You know why? Because it's going really freaking fast. That detonation is coming out of that engine way faster. The exhaust velocity is way higher than most rocket engines tested right now. Actually, all but like one or two. I thought, was somebody saying bye to you, drummer? I was saying bye to the... Oh, okay. Good night, drummer. Don't forget to pay the gas bill. Does it make Mach diamonds? You're going fast enough. You're accelerating gases out the back fast enough that the plume doesn't collapse in on itself. You see some type of diamond, like kind of an oblique shock right here. But see how see it's really well defined, right? But it's blurry, right? So it is there, but it's not, because the exhaust is coming out so much faster out the back of this rocket engine that it's less likely to get it to collapse in on itself. What I'm trying to say is that the diamond will be longer. What are those one or two engines that have faster exhaust? Other rotating detonation engines that have been tested. Wonder if it sounds different? Well, the sound, I have the sound here, but... Here. Headphone users, just in case. I don't think this is going to be loud, but just in case. That's loud. See what I'm talking about, dude? Look at that. Look, you see how defined it is, but it's blurry because it's going so fast. The camera's having trouble picking it up. It's like on TV and you see something going fast. It's a blur, right? What engine is that? This is a prototype rotating detonation engine. Not only is it blowing out the mic, but listen to the frequency of the noise. It's blowing out the mic at a frequency way different than a rocket engine. Rocket engines usually have a higher frequency. It sounds like You ever see those videos that are supposed to like scare you and it plays that high frequency like noise, right? It purposely blows the mic out at a high frequency and it makes like the ringing noise. Listen to this thing. This thing, I mean, the microphone is having trouble picking it up, but if we play it at lower volume, you'll be able to hear it without it destroying your ears. But listen. Much lower frequency. Interesting, right? What exactly is rotating around? What exactly is rotating about it? Oh, the detonation wave is rotating inside of the engine, Thumpar. What propellant is it using? I don't know. I'd have to check. It doesn't say. It's making a buzz bomb sound. Funny you should mention that, Gaw. The buzz bomb is this thing's cousin. Hey, Lego Lewis, 49 months. Thank you. That could be hydrogen. It also could be methane. We hear it, though. The buzz bomb, or a detonating pulse jet, is this thing's cousin. So, Thumpar, you asked why. Well, what's the difference? All right, here, check this out. So the problem is, if we look at this animation of a pulse jet, this is right off of Wikipedia, right? A pulse jet will create a detonation. So let's take the AS-014. That's the V1, the German V1 rocket. It is a pulse jet. So a pulse jet doesn't constantly create thrust. It pulses it. Right? So you get a very weird noise, and that's what the buzz bomb is. That's what the buzz bomb. That's why it's called a buzz bomb, because it makes a very low frequency noise. It goes. What you're hearing is the pulses shooting out the back, right? But the pulses shooting out the back are shooting out at faster than the speed of sound, right? Which is funny because it makes a sound. It's because you're not next to it. That's what. Anyway. So how the pulse jet works, right, is you have valves that open and close, right? Similar to like a car engine head, if you know how that works, like if you have a valve train, etc., right? So the thing is that you're never going to get a constant detonation, right? You can't just get it to constantly detonate, because if you try to do that, one detonation wave is going to shoot out the back, and the other one behind it might be at a slightly different speed and blow it out, like blowing out a candle. So you don't get constant thrust from a pulse jet like this, right? Now you could try and increase the frequency a lot, which is what they did, right? But you got to be careful. Like, you can't make a detonation engine that constantly has detonation coming out the back, right? The reason why is because, well, once again, the difference between chemical combustion and detonation, right? It's the speed. Like with a combustion engine, like a combustion rocket engine, you're basically making fire and just shooting fire out the back. Think like if you had a fire hose and you weren't using water, you were shooting out fire, right? At very high pressure. You're just shooting fire out the back, but it's fire that's been compressed, right? That's basically what a rocket engine is. You can't really do that with a detonation engine, because with a detonation engine, you got to make the detonation wave, right? You have to make the wave that makes the either that or we are in rock bottom, right? So all right, you can't pulse this enough to where it's constantly coming out. It's always going to go, right? Because the detonation waves will blow each other out. So check this out. Rotating detonation engine diagram. So this is actually super recent, right? Super recent here. They figured this out, that you're not going to get the detonation waves to shoot out the back constantly. What you can do is get them to rotate around inside of the combustion chamber, like that. Using an annular thrust chamber, which basically means that the thrust chamber is toroidal, so you have a center section, right? See that nose cone that's in, or the tail cone that's in the center there? The combustion chamber is actually like a cylinder, right? It actually looks kind of like a donut, almost, right? If you rotate the detonation waves around inside of this annular thrust chamber, right, and you have 2 or 3 of them swirling around inside of it, that can give you a constant detonation out the back. I don't know who thought of that. I don't know why that works. Whoever thought of that is way smarter than me. Yeah. They rotate 3 or 4 detonation waves around in a circle, and basically you can get an engine that has a constant detonation coming out the back. I don't know why. Like I said, I have no freaking clue why that works. I don't know. Physics. Something like that. So you've basically eliminated the need for this. The interesting thing, though, is that an RDE is a pulse jet's cousin. They're similar because both of these utilize detonation. This one utilizes constant detonation, not pulsing detonation, by rotating detonation waves around inside of a combustion chamber. Yeah. Once again, I don't know. I have no idea I have no idea why that works. Simulation of a pressure wave inside the RDE. Yeah. I was looking for this video, but yeah, I already kind of done the explanation at this point, but it's all good, man. Yeah, look at that. So, thumb part, long story short, freaking magic. It's called the rotating detonation engine because it rotates a detonation wave out the back. Why does it work? I don't know. Freaking magic. So basically they're using the detonation wave as a chamber wall to the next detonation. That sounds right, Finn, but I'd have to look more into this, dude. But is that wild? So what they do is they stack 3 or 4 of them rotating around. Like almost like a detonation wave propeller. Like think of like a propeller has a bunch of different blades, right? They're using detonation waves like propeller blades. Holy crap, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's not exactly what's going on. Like, I kind of understand what's going on, but I kind of don't. Got it, witchcraft. Yeah. But yeah, listen to the frequency of this damn thing. That's a rocket engine making that noise. Listen to how low frequency that noise is. It's crazy. So hypothetically, if there was an SR-72 project, would it most likely utilize an RDE? Not a rotating detonation rocket engine. No. But the other day, a defense contractor came out of the blue and said, we've made a we've made a ramjet RDE. Yep. Who was it? Was it Lockheed or Northrop? I forget. One of the big defense contractors came out saying they've made a hybrid combustion detonation ramjet. Yeah. It was GE, that's what it was. Yeah, it was GE. So, basically they made a ramjet that works like a regular ramjet with combustion, but this ramjet can switch to a rotating detonation combustion chamber. Basically, have a combustion chamber works like a regular ramjet where you're combusting stuff, but it can switch between combustion and detonation. Think of the Sabre engine or the Rapier engine in Kerbal. You could switch between rocket engine and jet engine. This thing can switch between combustion ramjet and detonation ramjet. It can go back and forth. I said at the time, you know, like in sci-fi movies where they have airplanes that take off from a runway and they fly right up into space and you're just up in space. That is a good way to do that. Yeah, that can do that. That's the type of potential that we're talking about here. A combustion, a ramjet combustion detonation motor, a hybrid, It's a hybrid motor. It can do either one, which is... I mean, I'm not saying you guys are saying, well, what is would the SR72 do this? Well, if you had a turbo ramjet hybrid RDE, so like an SR71 engine with the RDE attached to the back, if you could get that to work, your thermal protection system would be the problem because propulsion would not be. Yeah, let me put it to you like that. Whatever you're flying would need to have like shuttle style tiles on it, or else the turbo ramjet combustion RDE detonation thingamajigger, like the SR-71 engine on steroids would, yeah. You guys seen Top Gun Maverick? That. The Dark Star, like that. The thing I'd be the most worried about is melting the aircraft because of the compression heating. That's what I'd be worried about. Of course GE would do that. All they had to do was take their Washer and Gao 8 technology and apply it to an engine. Yes. So King Komodo, what you're telling me is that we're going to get RDE washing machines? Man, that thing must spin fast. So yeah, since we might have a new space shuttle, it'll probably end up into commercial sector or something else. But yeah, a hybrid ramjet combustion detonation motor is absurd. That right there is nuts. You want to go faster than the SR-71? That'll get you faster than the SR-71. But even the SR-71, guys, the crazy thing about the Blackbird is that it's not limited by propulsion either. The SR-71 engines could literally put out so much freaking thrust at such high altitude with what's called a turbo ramjet that it could accelerate you faster, but you'd have to worry about that whole re-entry thing. Yeah, the material properties of the airframe is your Achilles heel with the SR-71's design, believe it or not. Yeah. You'd be going so fast that you'd be compressing air up. Okay, let me explain this in plain English. The SR-71 would be going so fast it would rip air molecules apart flying through the atmosphere. Kind of like how the space shuttle does. When you're going fast enough to compress air molecules to the point where you can actually rip them apart at an atomic level, it creates a lot of energy. Because splitting atoms thing, that you seen Oppenheimer? Yeah, that makes a lot of energy. It's just certain materials make more energy than others, also mentioned in Oppenheimer, right? So the SR-71 would be going so fast it would rip the air apart, and ripping the air apart causes plasma. It causes energy release, insane energy release. And that melts things. Plasma melts things. If anybody that's used a plasma cutter knows that it cuts through anything. Splitting molecules, not atoms. Excuse me. Yeah. I said atoms because I wanted to make an Oppenheimer reference, but molecules, yes. Mm-hmm. You're right. Did you know that the first time RDE happened was by chance during the Apollo program? I did not know that. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Jerry. Anyway. Yeah, Maslam, it did. The SR-71's the entirety of the airframe on an SR-71 is made out of titanium. You know how fast you need to be going to melt titanium? You have any idea how fast you were going? I don't know. How fast was I going? I have no idea. You tell me. LA speed check, baby. Hell clutch, splitting hairs. I'll see myself. Don't do that again. Don't do that. I'm hyped. I'm getting a book about Groom Lake tomorrow, arguably the definitive book on the topic. Dreamland Secret History about Area 51. Ooh. Just like Stationeers, it's getting too hot in here, so we have to vent. The guys connected to the reclassified SR-72 say they had an RD ramjet working on a supersonic test stand back in 2017. I'd believe that, Aqualux, yeah. 7 miles an hour. And normally, people like to pull over to the shoulder. All right, anyway, I'm going to stop walking around. We got to get back to work. So it looks like between the wind turbine and the... How many solar panels do I have? 7. 7 solar panels. Hello? Yeah, we should be good. You know, I filled in the hole right here. We could probably add one more. Bought it from the Soviet Union under shell companies, Jim. Oh, yeah. Hey, it works. If you had 10, then you could have a solid, you could have 50,000 watts. Like I said, the Dark Star. Dark Star, man. Look at all this stuff. Look at what we've done. Should probably expand the base. All right, we've vented enough heat into the garage. Just as good a story as the slow speed of the SR-71 doing a flyby where they couldn't find a base in the fog, ended up gunning it with the afterburner when they did come across it because they were only doing 167 knots. Yep. Go to the top of the mountain? All right. Maz, I don't know what the crazier part of that story is. The fact that, you know, gunning the SR-71 at low altitude, or the fact that 167 knots is a stall speed for that airplane, which is... That's, actually pretty fast for a stall speed. I can prove that colonizing Mars in real life is an extreme crime, and by the way, not only because it'd violate the Outer Space Treaty's Article 9, so it'll never happen. And if everybody thought like that, we never would have gone to the moon. Yeah, Dredd, I know about that. And professors agree with you. Okay. Eternize, I don't mean to be a jerk. This is a video game, okay? This is a video game. This isn't real life. But you do you, man. Try to explain the argument shortly, if you may. Yeah, I know. It does look like that, doesn't it, Dredd? So the evolution of life is macro ethically a big deal, like quintillions of animals living at a time for billions of years, and their well-being matters, and there's a huge difference between the worst and best versions of such if it happened. And based on several hundreds of studies, suffering dominates over joy in wild nature for animals. So the thing now is that microbial forward contamination, interplanetary or interstellarly, man, water is good enough for this conversation. Hey, Varix, what's going on, man? It's a freaking Catalina wine mixer. Can irreversibly kickstart evolution of life, like irresponsibly playing God, which actually Professor Dr. Claudius Gross of the Goethe University tries to do with his Genesis project. The thing is that it mainly causes astronomical scales of suffering. I don't understand how you can be so incredibly sure about this. And you see, ethically mature civilizations would realize how important this topic is. If planets ever have a biosphere or not. And this solves the Fermi paradox, actually. Eternize, what? Okay, alright. That's all fine and dandy. That's all fine and dandy. I understand what you're saying. I get it. Your theory makes sense. And, some professor agrees with you. That's cool. I've never heard of that guy, so that's fine. I have a question. What prompted this? What prompted this conversation? Where did this come from? We're talking about pulse jets, and I'm playing a video game about colonizing. Is it the game? I'm just wondering where this came from. Like, what stirred this, dude? The stream is only barely related. I understand. That was a lot of words, man. Like, I get it, but I assume people here are interested in such topics. Like, it's a crisis that nearly no one knows about. So I have a question. Say we do this, right? And we go to Mars and we screw up Mars's biosphere, right? Or something, right? Say we do that. Say we screw it up. Say we terraform it, right? That's what you're saying. And so we decide we're not going to do that. What if an adversarial nation does, and they go and screw it up anyway? Honest question. Because there are countries that haven't signed the Outer Space Treaty that can fare into space. Just a thought. Terraforming isn't possible. It's a hypothetical. You're not just okay. Say we just exist there, right? No terraforming. That's not really the point of what I'm getting at. Say somebody does, and they say, "Frick it, I don't care," and they violate the Outer Space Treaty anyway. Then what do we do? Just out of curiosity, say we just say frick it and do it anyway. It could mean the end of humanity. So, you gonna start a war here on Earth to save humanity? No, Aquilus, I'm not. Just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering. And because this has more importance in the existence of humanity, because octillions of animals matter more than humanity. Rhino, I'm just genuinely curious. I'm just, alright. It must not happen within that time. But anyway, to get back to the Fermi paradox, man, you got a lot to say. Entertainment, 6 shot. And if we could, in principle, make out stars 1/3 of the observable far universe away, James Webb can already do that, then technosignatures would have a mass psychological effect on them. Technosignatures. I think you've watched a little too much Star Trek, man. The thing is that young civilizations would be misled to go even faster out in space if they'd see other civilizations out there. No, Crash, this is good. I like this. This is interesting. Which ethically mature civilizations know is a major risk. So, okay. Alright, I got another question. Because it can make them do accidents by forward contamination. So, and that has the highest priority to be... I have a question. So, what's your solution to this problem? Anybody can go and say that, oh, we shouldn't go and colonize Mars. What's the solution here? What's your solution? I'm just interested. Thanks for the genuine interest. Yeah, no problem. No problem. As long as you're not being a jerk. Consensus, preferably. Agreements, but also protective measures. For example, instead of having satellites, we can have drones for communicate. To avoid Kessler syndrome. What's the difference between a satellite and a drone? Just communication drones to substitute satellites. And it'd be far cheaper. So something like Starlink? What do you think satellites do up there? You see, spaceports are a risk. Like when it comes to nukes, we have safety measures too. Next week, Turtle. Yeah, next week we're gonna start up KSP. No. This is good. I'm interested. I mean, the guy's not being a jerk. He's not breaking any rule. I'm just wondering. Like, if you guys want me to go back to Stationeers, I can. I'm just. And if one wants to be consistent with risk assessment and addressing risks at high scales, then one would have to make sure. You think so? Submitted? Ah, I'm having fun. I'm sorry. So, Eternize, pause for a second. Imagine if one of them were contaminated. Foreign celestial body contamination happens naturally in the solar system every day. Pause for a second. How many fingers am I holding up? Three. Okay. Just making sure. Irreversibly cascaded. That happens all the time naturally in the universe, dude. A volcanic eruption could screw up a climate here on Earth. That's just nature, man. That happens. He's getting at the dark forest theory, where the forest is dark, full of terror. If humanity announces itself in the forest or any other civilization, then a more advanced hunter will pop up to wipe us out. But that's, yeah, Clutch, no, I get the dark forest theory, but that's letting fear drive your ambitions. That's, That's not healthy at all. They're hiding for altruistic reasons. I think certain conclusions in your theory are a little bit flawed, man. We have no guarantee that humanity can stay around in billions of years. Well, yeah, of course. So shouldn't we, like, try to make sure that we hedge our bets against that? Don't you think that's a good idea? If there's no guarantee that we're going to be able to be here and be sustainable just on one planet, making our species multiplanetary would solve that problem. Anything is better than sitting here waiting for something or someone to come and kill us. That's really stupid. Forward microbial contamination be damned. Who cares? That happens all the time. On Earth, we should try to be caretakers for the long-term future here. But just because we can do that for Earth doesn't mean we cannot do it elsewhere. Yeah, right, Ein? Anyway, Professor Kotler thinks your case is ready for court. So I'm working on outreach internationally on the matter. And you picked this random Stationeers stream on Twitch? Just... I don't stream. Okay. I'm outreaching in various places online. If this is something you're trying to litigate, I don't think a Twitch stream would be the right avenue for it, man. I'm just saying. He did this in Scott's stream the other night. Dozens of directories for universities. Every single person in major institutions. Eternize, do you know what the Artemis Accords are? Just out of curiosity. God damn smell of coffee pasta. Wow. This is the... I'm so confused. The topic is serious, and bioethicists like Astrosaurial get it, and Professor David Pierce. But that's... Yeah, no, Tessa, I know who. Yeah, I know who it is. I understand you want to have fun, a fun, calm, and comfy street. It is right in the name. No, don't do that. So I guess I'll leave it at that. Okay. Eternized, one thing real quick. You want people to listen to you that aren't in academia. You gotta slow down. You gotta slow down. That was a lot of information real quick. I would say that you probably should take it down a notch if you're gonna try to do the outreach that you're doing, because blurting out all that real quick like that it is not gonna change people's minds. That's not gonna do that. Just saying, pal.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It can be overwhelming. I'm not overwhelmed. I think people, you kind of exceeded people's patience. I understood what you said. I disagree. I think that's a crock of crap, but I'm not gonna be a jerk about it. You know what I mean? Slow it down. Less coffee, man. Less coffee. Ow, that was my elbow. Less coffee. How's that funny bone feeling? Yeah, funny. Check filters in the oxygen scrubber loop. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Let's make another O2. 60. Let me get another patat. Oh yeah, potato seeds, baby. The potato is in darkness. Yeah, you still going, huh? He's still there. Yeah, Wicked. Yeah. No, I've seen it. Can I take that sub back? You kept what? All right. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, we did this already, drummer. Hey, Eternized. Pause. Pause for a second again, buddy. Pause. Yeah. Pause. Pause for a second, dude. Acknowledge the pause. Say, okay, I'm paused. Just so I know, so you're not typing something while I say this. We need the pause champ. He's looking up papers. All right, that's nice. We'll pause now. All right, cool. All right. Hear me out. You're worried about microbial contamination if we go to Mars, right? Just yes or no. Take it down a notch. Remember I said slow it down, right? That's the whole gist of what you're saying, right? Now, here's the thing. The way you're describing humans as is not as if we're not part of the construct of natural beings that are on this planet, right? You say that humans were separate from the other animals and we need to be a steward, right? That's the whole gist of this? Yeah, no, I said, man, yeah. One kitten should differentiate in evolution between a pre-sapiens and a post-sapiens phase. But here's the thing. You're worried about forward contamination on other planets by humans. Isn't that just in the natural order of things? You know, European settlers moved across the Atlantic Ocean, the Vikings before them. And we encountered divergent evolution, right? Not necessarily divergent evolution like we encountered aliens on the North American continent, but there were other humans over here that clearly look different than the European settlers, right? And we just did not give a frick, right? Because that was the natural hierarchy of things at the time. I'm not saying that's necessarily right. The indigenous people on this continent got the shaft, historically, to say the least, right? But to somehow imply that humans aren't part of a natural construct of things in the universe is a little bit absurd in my eyes. I think that's a little strange. You know, we say, oh, we're ruining this planet, I don't think so. A volcano would ruin this planet 10 times over. Volcanoes erupt 10 times over. They ruin this planet more than we ever could. Right? So to make the argument that humans are we're somehow not part of the animal kingdom is not looking at evolution correctly. We're not looking at kingdom, ordem, phylum, class, stuff like that. You're not looking at that subjectively. You're looking at it subjectively, and I think that's very flawed logic. I don't think that's right. I just think somehow, we can't go to another planet, we can't colonize another planet because we'd be worried about forward pollution, because we'd be screwing with evolutionary traits. That's never stopped us before, and it won't stop us this time. Yeah, it's never stopped us before. In fact, the construct of our biosphere, as you put it, was entirely dependent on stuff like that happening. Worried about forward contamination on a new continent, worried about pollution, stuff like that. Your entire thesis, basing it off of the current conditions of Earth and the current evolutionary chain of humans, is entirely flawed. That's not going to work that way, dude. It's not going to work that way, and it won't work that way. It's never worked that way in the past. Why would it change? Yeah, Peter, that's what I'm... I know you know we're animals too. I just think preventing colonization is going against human nature. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. You can't stop the natural evolution of humans, even if we have some type of influence on that evolutionary train going in that direction, so to speak. Going against the natural tendencies of humans to colonize and explore and take advantage of our environment is going to end in disaster. That's what I'm telling you. That's not a good idea. So, I'll get back to what I said probably like in the first 5 minutes of this discussion. Your solution to prevent other people from going to other planets is starting a war with them? I don't think that's right. That's... We should focus on artificially creating maritime humanly intelligent species like intelligent octopuses. So now you're saying your whole thesis was worried about us playing God, yet you're talking about genetically engineering sentient octopuses. Okay, all right, I'm done. I've seen enough. I'm gonna get back to playing Stationeers, buddy. Okay. Try not to go too crazy in my chat. All right. Okay, chat, that's where I draw the line. All right, cool. I'm just wondering, Ian. I'm sorry. I was just curious. All right. A lot of people can throw around a lot of big words. Just wondering. You guys know how I specifically, when I explain stuff to you, how I specifically try not to do that? That's why. He did the same in Scott Manley's stream yesterday. Hey, persistence. Put your big words in fact check on Wikipedia. Oh, for Pete's sake. Also, I'm sorry I couldn't address most of the pings referencing you. It's fine. Now, how about we sit back and we watch me fake colonize Mars? Yeah? Yeah! Alright, let's do it. Okay, so the centrifuges have been going for a little while. We got plenty of iron here. I'm gonna mess up, dude. Serious, we're gonna pollute the balls out of this biosphere. Can I dump some oil over here or something? Like, let's just dump some used motor oil down that pit right there. Let's do it, man. Little purple people are gonna be mad. See, that's the thing. I don't care. Still annoyed you didn't use the windowed chutes? I'll use the windowed chutes coming out of that. That's the project we should work on. We'll work on making this a smelter. All right, let's get 2 smelters out. We need to make 2 of them in the auto lathe right here. Yeah, Alex, it's okay. I don't care. It's a video game. Have you built that fridge yet? No. No, I haven't. But my system is working just fine. I want the fern. Nope. Arc furnace, right? That's what we're looking for. Oh yeah, the O2 filters. Thank you. Yes, sorry. Sorry, I got a little distracted. You got a little distracted by somebody doing the repeater. Upgrade the pipe bender? We could do that. Yeah, Sim, that's I tried to mention that. That didn't really do anything. How far are you off to the rocket engine? We got a good ways to go. No, it's scientifically supported. Yeah, it's nice. You keep saying that, but you seem to have a fundamental misunderstanding of what scientifically supported means. Science is not about consensus. Consensus is religion. Differences. That's the whole problem with what I have with what you're saying. Your entire scientific consensus is being motivated by fear and emotion. So not only are you using consensus, right? But it's all driven by fear. That's not science. That's not being scientific. That's being stupid. That's not science. Don't get confused. From a universal, compassionate, utilitarian perspective, science does not give a frick about your utilitarian perspective. Science is the pursuit of the understanding of the universe. That has nothing to do with consensus. It has nothing to do with what your opinion is, what you think, how you feel. Science doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like that, dude. I'm sorry, I don't know where you learned science, but it ain't the same place that I learned science. People with emotional intelligence. Yeah, but you're emotionally blackmailing these people because of fear. That's terrible. That's no different than a malevolent preacher. That's horrible. That's not science, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. That's not scientific. That's not science at all. It's a real risk and it's not made up. What are our code of ethics but made up? Human ethics have no bearing on our universe and how our universe works. They don't. I'm sorry. We can't just stop a volcano from erupting because it's going to hurt people. You know, especially, oh, I'm going to feel bad about this volcano erupting. Oh, I'm going to feel bad about this tornado. I'm going to feel bad about this hurricane. Science doesn't work that way, man. I'm sorry. You can count pain receptors and compare their effects on a linear scale. Okay. That's nice. I can't get behind what you're saying, and I don't think anybody else here is going to either, because your entire thesis, your entire theory is based off of an unassessed risk, based off of fear. That's not science. Sorry, I'll say it again. That's not science. I don't know how I can say this any clearer. Going and finding confirmational data to support whatever your theory is not being scientific at all. You talking about plotting pain receptors, right? And plotting your pain receptors on a linear scale is looking for confirmational data to confirm the preconceived notion. That's not science. That's consensus. It's religion. That's different. That's not science at all. But you don't seem to want to understand that. I'm very confused. You know, I've said this 3 or 4 times now, and every time you just say more big words, dude. Like, you gotta, that's what I mean about slowing down what you're saying. You gotta really think about this stuff, especially if you're going to professors like this. That's not right, man. That's not science. Just tuned in. Nothing. Just stationeersing it up. Oh, Ein, come on. Nah, Crash, it's all good. Yeah. Are you covering the static fire tomorrow? I can't be here tomorrow. I have some other stuff that I gotta get done. See, sometimes you just go back to saying more big words, dude. You still haven't addressed the fact that your whole thesis is based off of fear. Having fear drive your scientific bias is not it's not a good idea, man. It's not smart. Let's grab a potato over here. Oh, my light went out. Oh, gotta open my helmet. Hey, fellas, I'd like to think, see, if you saw the stream yesterday, you saw how thin my patience was. How's that? Right? I gave that guy every time of day that I possibly could, listening to what he had to say and asking questions that were not conducive to scientific method. I tried. I don't know, dude. Like, this is what I mean, guys. You got to be careful about this stuff. You can't let emotions and fear drive your scientific method. That's no good. That's how we get junk science, like in junk ethics. I can give you an example if you want. What's an example of junk ethics? What's an example of this, of this type of thing that I'm talking about? In 1950, the ethical thing to do with somebody that was having mental health problems was put a spear through their skull. Look up lobotomies. Not cool. That was the ethical thing to do at the time. That's the ethical thing to do. See what I mean? No. Science doesn't care about that stuff. That's not. But humans trying to use some code of ethics as a way to form a conformational scientific bias is extremely dangerous. That's the same kind of stuff that happened in Germany in the late 30s. Very, very, very dangerous. Not that did, because that ended well, right? That ended real well. You shouldn't do that. The patients weren't complaining afterwards. Anyway, I said my piece. Hopefully somebody learned something from that. I'm gonna get back to putting my arc furnaces down. Yeah, dude, that stuff scares the crap out of me, dude. Yeah, Green, exactly. That's basically what I said. Just mentions that procedure gives you the heebie-jeebies. But that was the ethical thing to do 73 years ago, man. Yeah, well, Pigeon, I tried. I tried to be patient. And I always welcome dissenting opinion, but it's just not gonna roll like that, man. There are no brain cells lost, Moist. I don't see something like that and be like, oh my gosh, I'm getting dumber. I just see somebody that's lost on their way. I tried best to write the course. That's what I do. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's my job as a STEM educator. But the confirmational bias is too much. It's too much. It's really hard to detach your emotions away from science, right? That's really difficult because, you know, humans get tunnel vision and we want this to happen. We want it to happen. We want it to happen. And then it doesn't. Human understanding throughout basically from the Renaissance until now is full of stuff like that. I can give you an example with spaceflight, dudes. Here, I'll show you. The Venera program. Okay? So check this out. This is one of the only pictures from the surface of Venus. Right? This is one of the only pictures from the surface of that planet. The Soviet Venera program was the only one to get something down to the surface. There you go. These are some of the only pictures you're ever going to see of the Venusian surface here, unless you watch The Expanse, right? When they first landed the Venera probe, right? You know, they got these pictures, right? How do you wrestle with the brutality of nature? I don't care. Nature is brutal, and you have to understand that. I don't care. Why would I give emotional bandwidth to something that's going to happen anyway? Why would I care? Why would I waste time with that? So, anyway, back to Venera. Take a look. What do you see? You know, there's rocks. You know, there's an atmosphere. There's clearly clouds. These Venera probes popped off a camera lens, and they took these pictures before the probe was promptly crushed by like 6 times the Earth's atmosphere, right? But we did get these pictures. Now, Venus is in our solar system. Venus is the planet that's the most like Earth. So the Soviet scientists were they were so like, somebody lives on Venus. Someone definitely lives on Venus. There's no way. It's just like Earth, right? It's just like Earth. Somebody definitely lives there. There's some type of life on that planet because it's so similar to Earth, right? So they looked at this picture and they said, what the hell is that thing right there? See that thing that looks like a half moon? They said, what the hell is that? That's got to be intelligent life. It's got to be something. It's got to be something. That's got to be. We didn't put that there, right? We didn't put that there. It's got to be life. It's got to be life. They were so sure of it, and then they figured out that that's the lens cap that popped off the camera. Oops. Yep. See what I mean? It's really hard to detach those two. Very difficult. But you really want to be scientific, you have to. You have to learn to do that. It's the lens cap. The lens cap popped off. See what I mean? This happens all the time. It's really hard to do that. It's really difficult. Well, the front fell off. Is that typical? You can't let fear drive your scientific analysis. You can't let emotion drive scientific analysis. You should disprove your theory as much as prove it. Actually, my natural inclination, well, not natural inclination, my inclination when I encounter something that I want to be true is that it probably isn't. Like an EM drive, for instance. I want that to exist, but no. Nah. Nope. Right? You want that to exist. I want to go do Star Trek up in space, right? Everyone does. Everybody here that even remotely has an interest in space wants to cruise around the stars like Captain Kirk, right? Or Han Solo. I was about to say pick your sci-fi or science fantasy. Pick one, right? Like, but that's you want to. I want to believe, right? But the science at the end of the day is king. Empirical evidence is king. You can't go against that just because you don't feel like it. Yeah, there you go, floating. The only way we're going to go and understand this, to further understand our place in the universe, is exploring. We've got to go further into space. Maybe we find the isotope that can make stable fusion. Right? Maybe we, find better power sources. That's the same thing, right? You can't let fear drive your need to explore. So the second part of that is that humans are hardwired to explore. That's in our nature. It's as real as taking a shit. We're hardwired to explore. We're hardwired to go and figure stuff out. That's just how our brain works. Going against that natural impulse to do that is not going to end. That won't end well at all. You know where that ends? War. That's going to end with war. Not good. When humans can't fulfill their natural needs, they'll turn to violence. That's, you want to talk. It's human nature. To boldly poop where no one has pooped before. Da 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 da. Bit of a stretch. Okay. You don't want to see Captain Kirk taking a dump on Mars? You understand these things and are reasonable? Really? Man, Eternize, you are a persistent son of a bitch, dude. Neil and Buzz were the first people to poop on another celestial body. That's right. That was a quick 10 minutes, bro. Yeah, right? Alright, so Eternize, dude, I could argue, not argue, we could debate about this till I'm blue in the face. I said my piece, brother. I want to get back to playing my game. Hey, Jet Set, going to the bathroom in space is a lot more difficult than you think. You basically got to poop into a vacuum cleaner. And if you don't get it right, well, if you don't get the alignment, yes, the alignment. If you don't get that right, that gets messy real quick. All right? Yeah. Now you got that picture in your head. You think I'm kidding. Anyway. To be fair, it's a really nice vacuum cleaner. Yes, precisely. Nodders. So we need iron and copper. All right, let's, got some copper there. Got a nice stack-orama of iron there. Put that in there, I like that. There we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If you could live on Mars terraformed, would you? Pigeon, my rule of thumb for how, if I could live on a planet is colonization. Now, think about it like this. European settlers came across the Atlantic Ocean 600 years ago and change, right? Right? And they colonized this, for better or for worse, they colonized this continent, right? They always had a way to get back. There was no one-way trips. I mean, some of them were, like the Pilgrims. Yes, I understand that and I get it. But there was always a way to be able to get back. You could just get on a boat that's leaving and you could go back. Some people did, right? That's how I look at spaceflight. It needs to be a full loop. I'll go and live on Mars when I could easily book a plane ticket, so to speak, to get back here. One-way trips like that without a return trip or return vessel, that's not spaceflight. That's not colonization. That's being a lemming. Okay, I'll give you an example. How much would the Apollo missions have sucked if they didn't come back? If the astronauts didn't come back? How much would they have sucked? That would have been terrible, right? What I think is, and keep in mind, this is the context of me. This is my opinion on the subject. Remember, the question here is whether I would go to Mars or not. I would only go if I had a way home. That's the short answer. Yeah, Pigeon, if you can come back and forth. I mean, keep in mind, that's my opinion. That's me. I wouldn't take a one-way trip without some way to get home. Sam was the only monkey that made it back, if I'm not mistaken. Sam? Was? Yeah, that's right, Green. That's fair assessment. I think that depends on the situation here. But keep in mind, that's my opinion, Flutie. That's me. We're not talking about science. If somebody else wants to take a one-way trip, I'm not saying you shouldn't. Go. Make it happen, Captain. Understand? Make it happen. Yeah, all good, Rhino. Crazy to think about that if you leave this planet, you never go outside again. Those are problems that need to be addressed, dudes. And those are, if we were going to answer ethical problems, that's probably something that we need to answer. We want to colonize Mars, right? We want to do something like that. Some of these questions should be answered. Humans need wide open spaces, unless you're a trained astronaut, right? And if we're colonizing just with astronauts, well, I mean, not sure that's... I'm talking about, like, if we were going to send a city, not everybody can be a trained astronaut, right? So, those are problems that need to be solved. One. Okay, I'm gonna need more coils here. You will need logic to exclude ores you can't smelt. Oh yeah, what if it throws cobalt in there? If you were born on Mars and had a one-way ticket to Earth, would you take it? That would definitely be a mind frick going from living on Mars to Earth. I think they covered that in The Expanse. Yeah. Rhino gifted us up the alcohols. I don't know how much that thing can hold. Alright, we're going to need shoot logic, like you said. Thank you for reminding me of that. I would have just hooked this up and it would have ended poorly. Alright, hang on. I'm going to open up the door again. We got to vent some heat. Stationeers is eating up my computer like Cities does. My system has a few issues, though. It outputs ores which cannot be processed. It'll get stuck in the input. I know, which is why we need. Is there like a smart splitter in this game? There's an outlet. That's not what I want. A sorter? You need a logic gate. Yeah, you need something. We gotta tell the sorter what to sort, yeah. Oh, we need gold. Gold? 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 Gold! I love gold! We're still green. By the way, I'm sure you know this. In Stationeers, you need to open your helmet to drink. Do real astronauts have straws to drink from their helmet when they're doing EVA? Yes. Yeah, they have a straw. There's just they have a water tank in their spacesuit, dude. Flutie, what you want to look up is the extravehicular mobility unit, or EVMU, or EMU. Yeah, EMU is just a whole self-contained spacecraft. Yeah, the backpack that the astronauts wear when they go outside, that's the service module for their human-shaped spacecraft. So yeah, that includes water systems on board. There's no toilet inside of the EVMU. Depends, if you really want to know. There's a reason why they don't show the astronauts getting like suited up for this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Zombie, that's a question that needs to be answered. I think if we're going to focus on philosophical questions, that's the questions that need to be answered, right? It's based off of the EMU, yes. The EMU is a disgustingly good design, guys. I don't think it'll let me fit a chute in there. Well, it might. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it will. Excellent. All right, where's the data port on that sorter? Oh, it's... crap. All right, I need one more. Iron? How much iron is in there? No. Yeah, here we go. Before we test this any further, can we... Yeah, alright, we can. I was just seeing if we could make a chute kind of... Well, actually, it would have to go up and over, but... Komodo, how the hell do you make these things with windows on them? 53 minutes to launch. Ah, yeah. Give me 1 second, dudes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Official fire. Hey, 2 months. Thanks, buddy. It's a variant like corners and such. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Let me just see if we can... Shoot window. Ah, shoot. Alright, cool. And you can just make them, huh? Oh, that's useful. Alright, cool. You don't need, like, any glass or anything? What was the current citizen count skylines? The biggest city revs got up to 496. I couldn't get it to go any higher than that before the city started running into really bad problems that and it's not that I couldn't solve those problems. The simulation was so slow, I didn't know what to fix. You saw it hit 498? Well, damn. I'll take 498. That's good. Oh, yeah, Tesla Max? That bad, huh?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It just works. Wait, no, not that. Okay, I need coils. And sorter. So the logic, read, write,
Air tank low.
clean memory. Oh, balls. How the heck am I gonna... So... Ooh. How are we gonna... Ooh, this is a little bit of a challenge here.
Air tank critical.
That's cool, that's nice, but let's play the game, homie. Let's play the game. Then we can watch Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy's gonna be sick. Random question. People born on Mars would be different than Earth people, right? But would it take years for physical changes to happen because of the gravity, or would it be fairly quick? So, Zombie, answer me this. If my family moved to Africa tomorrow, right? If we moved to Africa, I said I want to live in Egypt, right? I just picked a country. And we choose to have kids there. Will my kids come out looking like a native Egyptian? I don't think we'll give birth to King Tut, right? Evolution doesn't work like that. No, it's gonna take time, dude. But who knows? Who knows? I don't know what procreating in a low gravity environment. There's a joke in here, so just laugh. But I don't know the effects of procreation in an environment, in a low gravity environment. We should probably try that with mouses or something before somebody goes and tries to do it. Am I right? Bow chicka bow wow. All right, so how are we going to tell this thing? Mouses, and no, we go full send. Just saw that the coverage for Vulcan Astrobotic will start on Monday the 8th at 1:30 a.m. Eastern. I'll be here. I've always wondered why the space shuttle engines look like they're tilted up. Not look like, they are, CW. Here. The space shuttle engines are tilted up because they're pointing at the center of mass of the shuttle in the external tank. Think about it. So, when the SRBs are attached to the space shuttle, those engines are there to make sure that, you know, the shuttle being on one side doesn't cause the thing to flip over, right? Now, when the SRBs separate, the shuttles become your main propulsion there. There's no solid rocket boosters to keep pushing you in that direction. So, the shuttle with the external tank flying on it is going to need engines that are pointing at the center of mass of the combined shuttle and external tank. That's why the shuttle engines are tilted. Now, the reason why the shuttle's engines have crazy high thrust vectoring is to deal with the differential center of mass caused from different sized payloads. You ever notice the shuttle can fly into space just fine? It flies almost exactly the same up into space with 25 tons of payload in the payload bay as it does with nothing inside of the payload bay. Why would the shuttle fly with nothing inside of its payload bay? If it's going to retrieve something, a Hubble servicing mission, payload bay is basically empty except for the mount, right? So the shuttle engines are tilted to point through the center of mass of the shuttle in the external tank when they're flying post-booster separation. The shuttle's gimbal, the thrust vectoring on the three engines, 10.5 degrees of gimbal in every direction, those are there to accommodate the differential center of mass. Think about it. The shuttle has an extra 25 tons inside of the payload bay. The way that the center of mass or center of gravity of the vehicle is going to shift as your fuel drains is going to be slightly different than if you were flying the shuttle with no payload in the payload bay, right? The thrust vectoring is there to make up for that. And that's why the engines need that high thrust vector, right? And why they're tilted 15 degrees up. So because they're pointing right through. They basically aim the engines at the center of gravity and the shuttle flies in that direction and it doesn't flip end over end. You ever try to build a shuttle in Kerbal? You go to separate the boosters and your shuttle spins out of control? The thrust vector control is there to compensate for that on the real shuttle. It's a genius piece of engineering, dude. I'm telling you, that thing is on another level of technological elegance, man. Like, it's so ridiculously simple, like in concept, that I'm amazed it worked as well as it does every time, or as well as it did. It still flies in my head for some reason. Yeah, CW, pretty cool, huh? Yeah, think about it, dude. It can fly into space with 25,000 kilos of payload, or it can fly into space with 0, and it'll fly the exact same asymmetrically mounted payload. Cool, huh? It's wild stuff, man. That thing is genius. Like, it's a shame that we stopped doing it. We stopped using it because it is so ridiculously smart. All right, I'm gonna refuel my air tank here.
Air tank critical.
Just while we're here. Someone get the Admiral, he's rambling about the shuttle again. Wouldn't that... Bitch, I can ramble about the shuttle whenever I frickin' want to. Dick. It's my stream. I'll take my time out. Worth it. Why did they stop using it? Old. Charles, we stopped using it because it was old at the time. We never made something to replace it. By all means, go on. So Baren's better than the shuttle? Got... Are we going to switch over to YouTube and watch the launch? Hell yeah, we are, man. All right, so we're going to need to plug into the data ports here on these. Oh boy. How in the balls are we going to do that? Where's the power port on the smelter? So basically, I got to tell the sorter to sort out... What do we need it to sort out? Coal? What else? Well, let's look at everything that's in there. We want iron to go. We want gold to go. Copper. No hydrocarbon. Silver, nickel, lead, silicon. Cobalt. Last time I put cobalt in the arc furnace, it didn't end well. So we need to filter out cobalt and hydrocarbons. How the heck do we do that? Did I miss the launch? No. Launch is happening in about 30, actually closer to 40 minutes. Sounds like you need multiple sorters. Can I not tell one sorter to do both of those things? Did Falcon Heavy push? No, it didn't. It's still set for 807. Cool. Was that disk slot on it? Well, you could put the data disk in that thing. I'm not sure what that's gonna do. That's how you do this. You can sort more than one item. You can use a computer with a sorter motherboard. It can be set for multiple items, but it's best to still use multiple sorters for each ore. Okay. All right. So this is a project, huh? All right. We're short, Master. We're short on time. All right. We need a navigator to get us through the planet's core. This Gungan could be of help. Dude. Oh, good. Spunkum, what's up, man? How you doing? Oh, hey, whoa, dude. Can we get a round of applause for our mods, please? Can we get a round of applause for the mods? Holy crap. It's been a little hectic tonight for our boys. What the hell is with these people tonight, man? Oh my gosh, I'm not even mad. Sorry about that, illness. Friendly fire. Friendly fire. My bad. I deserve compensation or something. If your loved one has been banned from Twitch chat, you might be entitled to compensation. Call the law offices of Schlongberg and Sachs. I hope that wasn't a real person. It's the law firm from Grand Theft Auto 5. Some kids got computers for Christmas. They're gonna make it everybody's problem. The sorter motherboard UI is a bit clunky, but it's easier than using chips or programming IC. All right. Ba-ma-da-da-dum-dum-bum. So you guys are saying put the sorters in series, right? What would be that would be the easier thing for me to do right now because my inexperience, I think. I hope. We need more Iron. Iroads. Iron. You done messed up, Iron. It's still green. How much of a warning am I going to have when the storm comes? Must connect the Jose's. It depends. Yeah. Don't talk about depends after the pooping conversation. Damn it. Depends on how quickly you notice it. Well, I'm going to watch it. I put it right there so I could, when we have to do this the newbie way. Spent a copious amount of shoots during my run. I think I tallied up over 500 shoots for all your systems. Shoot. That's a lot. That's almost 600 systems. 600 seconds, Wendell? Right on. Cobalt, more like Brobalt, am I right? Hey, get back here. Hey! Stop bouncing around. Sliver. Still green. Oh, hey, little guy. Manster, this is Stationeers. Stationeers is a much more realistic version of Space Engineers, but it's really it really is more of an emphasis on ground operations than anything. The cool thing about Stationeers is that it's all real physics. So if you ever played like Space Station 13, something like that, yeah, this is like a 3D version of that. It's quite good, man. Really, really fun to play. Tough game. That's why I like it. It's a tough game to play. Hey, get back here. A little bit of coal right there. Uranium can go in there in the vending machine because I don't really know what to do with it. Speaking of, would you ever play Space Engineers? Ooh. Maybe. I like the way the centrifuge is. That's actually super cool. I've played it on stream before, just not a lot. Nice. Looking pretty good. You know, chicken skin diet's really working out for me. You stay far away from this place, Freeman. You hear me? Far away. Would you agree that the sun's mass gets smaller as it burns, and so its mass is getting smaller? Our sun? Maybe. Do all suns work like that? No. Yeah, the weird thing is that, yeah, I mean, stars can collapse on themselves, right? The gravitational, it can collapse under its own gravitational pull, right? And that's how you get, like, neutron stars and stuff. I mean, I'm not the best at this, to be honest. Waste tank, Colossian. I'm not the best at this kind of stuff, but see, it's burning fuel and it's giving off light, and that's where some of the energy is going. But a lot of the solar mass, unless it's a coronal mass ejection, usually stays in the sun's gravitational pull. Yeah, so like every once in a while, basically, dude, the sun burps. And basically, there's like it backfires like a car backfires, like pop, 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 pop. The sun will backfire, and sometimes the ejection velocity of that backfire is enough to eject the mass out of the sun's gravitation, out of the sun's grav well. Basically, it can eject mass beyond escape velocity for the sun, and that's basically what solar wind is. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, but basically the sun farts. Yeah. The sun farts every once in a while. Hopefully we don't smelt it, because whoever smelt it dealt it. In this case, that's not true. If we end up smelling the sun's farts, yeah, bad stuff happens. Most of our magnetic field, the magnetic field around Earth, usually takes care of some of that, but sometimes. Sometimes it's not good. You get meteorology in space, dude. It does happen. Yeah, there's weather in space. There's wind in different meteorological conditions. They're just not like rain and snow like the meteorological conditions on Earth. Okay, guys, we're inside of T-minus 30 minutes for Falcon Heavy, so I'm gonna switch over here. And we're gonna go from there. I hope you enjoyed Stationeers. I'm not sure when we'll play this again. I don't know. I can't stream tomorrow, dudes. I have plans, end of the year plans that I need to get finished. Not stream related, unfortunately. I wish I could say I was working on something cool. Drinking plans? No, I'm not doing that. I'd like to think of our atmosphere as a giant invisible ocean we walk on at the bottom of. Yeah, if that... Going to take your truck apart again so we could watch you put it back together? No. My rule of thumb, dude, is if I'm going to take something apart on the truck, you don't take it apart and have no replacement. Okay? So if we were going to put a new engine in the truck, for instance, right? If we were going to do something like that, I would want to have that new engine.
Discovery,
I wouldn't go and take
up.
the thing apart until I have something to replace that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, no. When will you start working on the Cornet? I'm doing some work on the 97 right now, Bandit. I'm trying to get the spray paint off, and yeah, that kind of Yeah, it's kind of taking up time, but yeah. The truck lost the engine. No, this is a hypothetical. Hey, EJ, have you seen Destin from Smarter Every Day talking at the AAS Symposium? I saw it, Rev, yeah. As the Coronet Rust. I'm doing rust prevention on the 97, man. We'll get to it. Get to it, all right? Give me a couple days to finish what I'm freaking working on, you dick. You dill hole. All right, so let's switch over. We're going to watch Falcon Heavy fly. I'm not sure if this is going to be on YouTube. I think it's just gonna be on Twixer. So we'll see. This is a really cool mission, guys. We were talking about the space shuttle a little bit earlier. This Falcon Heavy that's launching tonight is launching a space shuttle. It's just not the space shuttle. It's launching this thing, this little guy. Now, what is that? That's the Space Force's X-37B. It is a little mini space shuttle that they use for things. They use it for things. And we don't know. There are some experiments they talk about, dude, but they don't really what it has on it. I don't know. Some of the experiments are classified, some of them aren't. Cool thing about this is that this is the first time an X-37 is going to launch on a Falcon Heavy. Previously, the X-37 has been launched on a Falcon 9. And that Falcon